around the whole property. It must be 8 miles.
That is not cheap.
Yeah. And that's it. They've never come back to use it in any significant way. And I can imagine it out there as far as it's away from everything, right? So,
Which to me would be better for them. First time
A lot of-
violation.
A lot of times they use that for a touch and go or a crash site. If one of them has trouble, try to land there.
Yeah, because it's not limited on how they can take off and land at this point.
yeah, because of all the development.
Yeah.
Morning.
Hi there.
How are you?
Oh, I'm here. Oh, thanks.
That was very simple.
Did you?
Yeah.
I like it.
No, they don't have a fair talking vendor. That's nice.
Yeah.
So far.
Eight of them at that 1:30. All the same.
Yeah, we do, somebody can throw it in the fire.
I think so. If he's the one we hear today, I bet last night he went home and did his homework.
Lady, she was right.
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
He was in my
Telling Joanne, we're gonna get her to do mine. Yeah, her duck line,
Yeah, I wish, in some ways that they could do the same, a similar thing with the map.
Pinpointing.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's,
They probably can,
and
and they have the ability.
yeah, to automate it is you need latitude, longitude type information for the properties, but that's a lot of that's available, and it may actually be available in the stuff that they have in the databases.
That's like when you go look at the map for a hotel in a certain area.
Yeah.
Quite often, I think in the agent president or presentations that we've had in the past, what I would call is their choice of comps. It's been all over the map, it's it's south. Ray was told to. I guess he's dealt with it before, but
You don't have to just like.
He's good at explaining.
yesterday afternoon it was Ray that was doing the stuff with the lady with the show.
I'm confused.
Yeah, they look a little like a little.
No, like. So
Takes
it's
a while to get-
Ray Soto,
Mike Soto.
Mike Soto, okay, yeah, that was Ray Preston, that's, you're right. I had the wrong last name.
So while we have a minute,
Yeah.
do y'all understand the timekeeping stuff? It seems like you've had, and I don't care because when you were out and we were trying to do stuff, it'd be great to be able to, when I was trying to do stuff, it'd be great to pass off some of those duties.
We'll have a training.
Well, yeah, because I would use, when Ron said he would use his phone, I would do the same.
And that's
like you did on here.
That's fine.
What I would do.
Yeah, I found, and whether you use it or not, and I was showing it to Kathy, it's an app.
You've got a timer on it.
You got a timer on your iPhone.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, the thing I like about this app
There's a stopwatch.
is I can set up different times.
Well, you set it up, yeah.
And then all I gotta do is start and stop each time.
Sometimes you have to add minutes.
Well,
You could add a 1 or a 2 down at the bottom
yeah,
and have another option.
Oh, yeah, and then you just hit the one. you want.
Yeah.
Sometimes people like rail. on
Sure.
it.
Go to the next one, tap it.
Sometimes it just-
Yeah, plus this thing is particularly.
Oh, right.
Just-
What was Christian? ones?
Yeah. So if y'all are comfortable, if we have the need, we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, they're all comfortable.
I think Ron would do a great job. I do.
We want you to feel more included.
Don't worry about hurting my feelings.
Right.
Being stuck in the middle sometimes.
Oh, it's. refurbished, I think.
I am.
Oh, would you breathe?
Uh-oh.
Love it.
About 10 pounds.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not ready for it.
I gave it to them,
Oh, you never-
replenish.
Yeah.
Morning, Scott.
Come on.
Yeah.
Two.
All day long, look around.
I felt some raindrops when I walked in, but surely it wasn't. It must have been a bird.
Yeah.
No, I don't think my radar shows nothing.
I guess it's just passing over and profit on the world.
Are you Oh, I know. We were sitting out on the back porch and it was like real dark clouds. It's gonna rain, Tom, and it didn't. We have 7 ducks on there, ducks,
Oh,
and then
What was the
my
name of that app?
purple martins.
River Plus.
I have a purple martin. And so we have about 6 baby martins. One of them kind of got out the nest and was, Tom had to take it out, it was dead. I think they kind of moved around so much and he fell out the nest, you know, and he was on the top banister. It's nature, survival.
You guys seen them in hummingbirds yet?
Yeah, I know.
Really?
had a few and then they just.
Some year round.
Ones that don't make the trip.
Yeah, right.
Butterflies.
Oh, yeah. there's lots.
Not a lot.
I don't have any trees, all I have are palm trees, so they don't.
I have Esperanza one.
Oh, yeah, they don't.
That's, I gave up on the things, but they better go with that.
I did those for a long time.
And now they're talking about.
No.
What'd you say?
The feeders, because we're not cleaning them well, they're developing bacteria and stuff that's killing the hummingbird. So don't, they were saying, don't use feeders.
I had,
It doesn't, have- it seems like no matter what you do, it's wrong.
It really.
the little yellow thing, yeah. So in Claire, I had, got an extra set of them or whatever. And they were paying to clean, if you're trying to clean them with the brushes or whatever. So I had taken, a bunch that were on the feeder, and I had thrown them on the ground. Just while I was replacing them, and I forgot to pick them up. I came back the next day and those things were cleaner than anything I'd ever seen. And they weren't, there were no ants.
Who did it?
I don't know. Some manner of little bugs. No, I think it had to be little bugs of some kind that just ate away all the stuff that was on, built up on those things. So that's what I do now to clean them. I just roll them down.
When you roll the knife.
Publicize that as a new way to clean your.
On the times we use, I'm loading in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
If the,
Seven minutes, seven minutes.
Sometimes we get-
combination of two.
yeah,
You
that's
have
right.
those.
But I've got the 5 minutes
Yeah, 572.
and
Yeah.
the one for an additional. add on.
Sometimes it's four.
You can
Yeah.
add them on.
Yeah. In fact, that's what I added a 4 yesterday.
Okay,
We had-
I'll put one on.
But you can do two.
They both get.
right,
So I got them on there. I got 1, 2, 4, 5, 7.
Great. Yeah, I found this one, and I use this also when I'm barbecuing.
Yeah.
Because I don't, you don't have to be terribly precise, but it is nice to, you lose track of time.
See how loaded in on that app. All the
Yeah.
times here you get started.
what's the app? What's the name of it?
Timer plus.
Sometimes, they do run over.
Yeah.
I just like to stop.
Good morning.
You have one here. Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good morning.
171. 171. His number, and then the property is back to the.
Well, Peggy, I love your hat.
Oh, thank you.
It's really sharp.
I'll be
All
right
right.
It's fun.
I needed to shampoo last night and I did.
Oh,
That's what I do. That's a wonderful.
It's a hat day today. Yeah,
You're covered.
yeah. I was, last night I was home. Just working for young people.
Live?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. No, don't be scared.
Good morning.
I don't know in the hot seat.
I'm gonna be that friendly.
Okay.
And you're lucky you're the first one of the day, so. we're all kind of-
Okay.
Still waking up.
Okay. Today is. What is today? Thursday, June 2nd. It is 8:34. We are commencing a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Do we have a form?
Yes, we have one.
Okay, excellent. We are open for hearings. We're gonna start off. Over here. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 171. 2022-171, account number 53426.
Yeah.
1110 North Magnolia Street in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So let's verify quickly what we have under protest.
The protest is, market and.
You okay? We're good. All right. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using survey form. You can fill it out and leave it on your way out if you'd like, or you can take it home and either send it back here or email it to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. Or if you'd like to take one online, there's also a URL at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You saw that the information is shown there. It's also included in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Any appeal information that you need will be provided to you in that determination package. So in accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of the evidence and written material that you're going to use today? Okay, great. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66 F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so Beth will help you go through that swearing in.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Deanna Spruce.
I request to do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And just to make you understand, we have five of us around the table here at the ARB. Ray Presley is the district representative. We have Scott, who's driving the machines in the back, and Beth. You're lucky you got the new version of the. People seem to take these as souvenirs. That's okay. Anyway, this is the hearing procedure times, which shows how we're going to be running the hearing. There's two options here. One is if you go first in presenting information, or if the district goes first. And you can see there are several opportunities for you to talk and question, and so on. You get to make the choice of whether or not you go first or the district goes first.
Okay, I would prefer you go first, so that way I'll learn.
No problem.
Those.
That's 5 minutes.
I have one other thing I have to go through.
Oh, sorry.
I need to ask, is it Deanna?
Yeah, yes.
Deanna, okay. Do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing Board?
No.
Okay, great. Okay. I think that'll go out. Right.
All right, we're gonna be in Old Rockport. So this is on Magnolia Street. And I'll show you what that's right here. Live Oak, Magnolia, Austin Wood, and now you're heading towards Little Bank on that one. And, towards us going that way. That over there is way up there in the corner is the apartments that they've been rebuilding for years. Storm, down here's Presbyterian Church. Yeah. So this is on Old Rockport. I believe last year we probably settled this account in a protest or an inquiry. Did we come to an agreement on this account?
Yes, we
On,
did, yes.
so you'll notice there's a cap loss here that's calculating off of that because of the homestead. So there was a settlement last year at, I think, 125, 430. So the market value has changed. The homestead cap limitation only allows the assessed value to go up 10%. So it's at 137,973, but a market value of 174. In the account, we just, everything looks normal in here. And value, okay. You'll look at some sales in Old Rockport. So I do warn you that this will be another area that's hard to keep up with. So comp number one is 900 square foot home, sells for $250,000 on Magnolia. One on Laurel Street, it's at 800 or 900 square foot home, sold, sells for $243,000, March of 22. And we have on Cornwall, which is across 35 here. You have to cross over 35 to get to this particular house.
Now it comes.
It's 960 square feet, sold for $202,000 in September of 21. And then the last comp is on Patton Street, sold for $214. And it's 800 square feet. The median sales of approach to value gives you a median value of $215,000, showing us to be $40,000 low on the subject. That's rich. But then when you do some comps for equity and you check things that aren't sales, and we're gonna check some class 3 homes here, we show to be $4,000 low on the subject. Not 40. So the market is very strong in Old Rockport. It's very easy to prove value. There. I think that's all we got. So we're at 178 on equity and we're at 215 on sales. That's it. Yep.
Jana,
Yes, sir.
you have 2 minutes to ask great questions and then 5 minutes for your presentation, so 7 minutes.
Okay, these homes that you have the values for, what year are these? homes?
In the equity grid, the years are built in 55, built in 55, built in 97. And then the effective age of the home, which is us changing it, is we have you at 98, them at 2000, one at 2002, and one at 96. The grid is built, in this particular case, the grid is built specifically to do everything it can to match class square footage and age. So the comps here are they're the same style house that you have as far as those things.
Yeah. Do you have any presentation?
Oh, yes, I do. I'm having, since the hurricane, I have not fixed everything. The roof still leaks and I have flooding that occurs, that is across the street. And it's like a swamp across the street in one of the pictures.
Is that your problem or across the street?
That's across the street. That's a swamp. And then that is my garage that still leaks. The contract that I have that fixed everything ran off with my money and didn't finish the roof, so I haven't had the money to finish it. And this is the new eyesore that I have behind me. It's apparently we don't have building codes in Rockport, downtown area.
What is it?
That's, I have no clue. It looks like an airplane hangar, but it's
Behind your fence.
it's 25 feet high. And then it's in the back of their property, so it goes up against, it's very close. It's almost like an airplane.
It's on somebody's property?
Yes.
House on the property?
Yes, it's a little house. It dwarfs the entire neighborhood, because all the little houses, including mine, are little single-story homes built in. Mine was in 58, and then the neighbor next to me was, well, a lot newer, but it's an eyesore, and so now I don't know how to even cover that at 25 feet structure. And the metal parts aren't even up yet, so it probably looks good there. Anyways, I think it's a bedroom and a sailboat storage and kind of many different things. So, and then the house that they own is, you can see, it's below that first platform, the level of the houses. So that's the level of my house. It's nicer. I didn't. So apparently there's no height restrictions in the downtown Rockport area.
Is that your driveway?
That's the front of my driveway. It still floods. Now it's just a light rain. And then all the drainage kind of goes right into right into me, unless they do those culverts, and I think that company is from out. I'm not that until they come back. Finish. So I have some flooding and then my roof, and then, oh, my foundation shifted during the hurricane, and the engineer told me that I would need to do some foundation work. And I haven't even addressed that. That's a bigger issue than I can tackle this time. Those are the main things.
Oh, on your picture, is this a pump? This black thing?
Yeah, no, it's not that fancy. I wish I had one of those. It's a shop vac that I use to shop back up
Okay, I see.
the water, and then I dump out the little bucket and I run back in there. So every time it rains, it's the issue that I have. So I just keep it there.
And this is your garage?
That's my garage.
Okay.
So my laundry room is in this behind the door there.
Okay.
It's created a mold problem.
Yes, and I spray Clorox on the walls, and yes, I have seen mold coming down the sheetrock. I have replaced some sheetrock, but it seems to keep multiplying. It's impossible to get rid of. I just keep spraying bleach, and I don't know if that's the right remedy for it or not, but I really try to air it out a lot. If I could find that contractor and
Yeah.
tackle him, and I would do that. It was terrible, yeah. He was up and left.
Okay, anything else you want to add? You have some extra minutes here.
No, I would just like to keep the value where we were last year, and that's my request.
You have 4 minutes.
Sure. So I can talk about the photos a little bit. The swamp across the street and the metal building. In the marketplace, it's my opinion that those things would just be absorbed into value. And that's why when we show what the market does in this area, we show to be $40,000 low. If this house came up for sale for what the appraisal district has for it on Magnolia Street at 174,000, I wouldn't expect it to be on the market very long. My question would be, are you confident that the water is coming in from the roof? Is there any chance that it's coming in from the ground?
It could be both, but I know it's the roof because I had a roofer come out and say that it's where the two roof lines meet, the garage and
Yeah,
so
but
it's coming down. It's also coming into the kitchen. So there's two down into the kitchen, but also into the garage. So it's two areas.
so the photo that's taken here in this leak. Let me ask it this way. When was the last time you had water enter your house?
The last big rain.
Just give us a,
Let me think when that rain was.
it's been within the year.
Yeah, yes, not these last few weeks. Any rain, but the last big rain that we had, it flooded into my house, and I pulled out the shop vac. I actually just leave it there.
And the reason that this isn't being fixed is financial.
Financial, I gave the contractor all my money and he ran off, and I gave him $50,000.
What was he supposed to fix?
Everything, the roof, a lot of things, but mostly put the roof on and he halfway finished it. He didn't finish the roof. So then I've had another contractor come out and kind of patch it, but it's never been quite fixed until I get a competent construction person out there that can do it.
So
And I can have the funds to do it.
just so that you know, you're here to speak with the board, but I'll say something specifically to you and maybe bluntly to you. If the value of your house is 125, like it was last year, it would sell probably before it hit the market. Someone would snatch it up There are homes that are in Oak Terrace this year that are gutted. There's nothing in them, but it's sold for 180. So you have problems. What they mean value wise, I'm not 100% sure. And this is reason why you have to come here today, because what's crazy is with all of the stuff you're saying is wrong with these leads. From an appraisal standpoint, you own a $170,000 house. That's what you own.
Even with foundation stuff that you can't
I
see.
mean, when people are selling gutted homes that don't have plumbing, wiring, all they have is studs on the inside for 180, then that's telling you that people are, that's crazy.
It is crazy, but the market's very volatile and I think things are stopped. They're slowing
There's a
down.
lot of thoughts about that.
It's changing.
But I just want you to know that in saying what I'm saying, I believe you have, I mean, I'm following you. You have issues. These issues stink. And what they need is money thrown at them.
Right.
I get it. I know.
Unless I did a lawsuit against the
I understand.
contractor, but I can't even fight
Can't
it.
find them.
He's gone, he's ghosted.
Fruitless lawsuit. I understand. Go ahead. I don't know. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, you have, minutes to cross-examine, for any questions you have, based on the conversations you just had.
I just want to thank you for your time today and I appreciate being here and the opportunity and I just hope that we can just keep I understand what you stated to me and I'm just asking that we just keep it the same as last year until I can recover next year.
Okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said my opinion about this. Our grids say what they say. So it's just a desirable area. It's one of the things that's hard to get past, I believe. And I'll just turn it over to you guys. Because y'all can make a decision on it.
So Ray, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You said it's assessed at 137 because of
Because of the homestead, so for example, yes, so 130, yeah, so let's say it's 137 even. So that would mean, the taxable value next year, if all things, well, the taxable value cannot go up more than 10% for next year. So that would mean next year would be at 150.
What did you think taxes on this year?
137.
or 93, I think.
Yeah, 137. Y'all know, I mean, I was just round, but
Yeah.
137. And then from that standpoint, that's your homestead cap limitation. From there, you subtract out the homestead. So it'd be 40,000 less than that is taxable once the exemptions are applied. Yeah, exemptions are applied right there. And to be specific, that was informational. The ruling is on market value of 174, 100. But that is how the cap works. Were you familiar with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just I would appreciate any help I could get so I can recover.
Okay, then NRD is items to deliberate.
Scott, can we look at the neighborhood adjustment last year?
Yes,
From 21.
Yes, sir.
This year is. This year. 155.
Last year was
140.
Thank you.
So I feel like do something in terms of, you got a lot going on. One of the issues of the contractor situation, which really, it's unfortunate, but my own personal standpoint, it would bother me if I were to buy or looking to buy it in a neighborhood, good structure, not new. You know, to sell the issues the short you have.
Yeah.
You know, but value. So, I think she,
Yeah, I think you're right. I wouldn't buy it because of the flooding.
I don't know.
I don't know, we have enough problems with that.
What do you think, you know, money wise? Yeah, I know you can't really about the structure.
I haven't even,
Yes.
well, foundation. Probably 10 grand.
Is it cracked and moved?
Yes, moved the whole house shifted. So I'm starting to see some settlement from the doors and the crack and doorways. Roof, probably 8,000.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. And, you know, the materials
is it
that have gone up. No, it's a metal roof. But he installed it. He didn't finish the back panel. And the way he installed it, like he put nails in one side and then didn't fasten it on another side. So, I mean, it looks nothing like normal metal roofs that I see all dotted down the street. And the metal's kind of like bunched, like it makes waves and it should be.
You really have to be torn off.
I can start it over. So whatever a new metal probably,
So you probably don't have a windstorm certificate on.
you know,
All together. you're saying
So-
50.
foundation and roof and some sheet rock to get out all the mold issues, so.
We've done anything but the funding and talk about this.
And that, the driveway, I'm not sure until they put the city culverts in, maybe that might really alleviate some of it, but the construction company that was doing that left those big concrete things in the street with porta potties, all of that is down.
Can you drive on your street now? Or is it
I
sand?
can drive on it,
Yeah, but I mean, is it sand or?
I can drive, but, yeah, I just have, there's no sand on me, but at the end of the Magnolia Street, it's all sand and, those big block things that they just, and porta potties, they just left.
I think she needs some of them. The question is how much from my standpoint.
Well, I agree. I'm not sure we could go back to last year's.
The difference of 48,000.
But maybe half of it. Maybe half of that. If we do half of that,
One of the,
It's 25,000.
yeah, 25,000. So I'm trying to.
What would that do to the tax? What would that do to the tax?
So we
Oh, because we don't know.
No, it would bring the 10% cap would bring that. tax
yeah,
rate
if
down.
you're still under
Still
that.
under
Right.
10%. So it'll be 10%, whatever.
Number we come up.
Well, I
So the
came
project,
up with 150. I came up with 150.
Yeah. that's-
well, I took two different. versions. One was to, given the fact that the neighborhood adjustment was an additional 15%. I took on one hand. The 125 from last year that inflated that by 15%, which was inflation, which takes you to 138. And also did, I think, using her assessed value based on the homestead. I came up with 143,750. So, if I were to choose between, in that range, I would actually choose 143,750.
Oh, that's less than. Yeah, the one that we had done. I think it's 25,000. That would be.
I'm sorry,
You said 143.
but 43,750 was what I calculated.
And the values, that's a.
Would have been 150.
Yeah.
The conversation.
Right.
Here's money for lower.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Agree. 43,750.
Oh, yeah. If I need 2022, there was one account 53426.
During Woodbridge district and protester, we also incorrect market value and graduation appraisal based on the protesters' information about all the work that the work has been done. Their house kind of flavor against the economy. And the brief is well advised. Yeah, I know the guy about the 174.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, you understand where we went?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
143,750. And the
Hold.
tax amount is off of that.
Your homestead takes it on down.
Right,
So the tax is on the homestead amount or the.
it'll be on
whatever.
Yeah.
the, I don't.
So there's more than you paid last year. Not by a lot. No.
I really appreciate your help very much.
Good luck. We've already had experience that so many.
Yeah, I'm
people
sure a lot of
have.
people are in the same.
It's really.
People have lost.
Can I ask you,
Absolutely, yes.
is the contractor local or out of tune?
He's out of Corpus, but I could never get on it.
They had, they showed some last night. Channel 10 up in. That is some lady, an island gave some guy some money and we skipped town, it might be the same guy. I don't know.
There were a lot of them during the hurricane. I had one that I had almost done with. Loads.
It was pretty bad. I also hired him to do my mom's room, and she lives in a little, manufacturing trailer home, whatever we call it, in, Pocono Heights. It's a very distressed area. And when those floods hit it, they went over their house, 4-foot surge into the house, so it just demolished that one.
We lucked out because I started immediately. I didn't wait for insurance settlements or anything before I started working on it. So the contractor I got, so it's like at the head of the list. So I got stuff done, but then they just, at least this guy ended up taking on way too much business.
When they got overwhelmed,
Yeah, it was a big guy. He just.
they didn't have help.
They couldn't get help. They couldn't.
Just it was a tough time for our little.
Brought them out of the boutique and come to find out there was.
Well, speaking of that, I think, yes, one of the workers that was in my house, okay, he was doing my mom's room. And he allegedly didn't have anywhere to stay while he was doing the roof. So I said, well, you can stay in part of my house if that helps you, and I'll put an air mattress in there. And you can stay in the garage, I'll fix it up, put the chair and stuff. And while you're fixing my mom's roof, because she had to have a roof, it was like camping, but
Yeah.
she's not ever going back home camping. And so it was just, flooding in her house from the rain, but anyway, so they put the roof on, and there was one thing that made it out of her house. There was a big painting. She's an artist, and all her art was destroyed. Her 50 years of art was just like you had taken it and put it in a washing machine in it, and it swirled around and crushed, and it was just everything went to the black ass. Everything. Anyways, so they put the roof on, which is horrible roof. And that one painting that made it through the hurricane, I brought it to my house. And I put it at my house in the one room that was dry. The guy that was living in my house stole the painting. The last thing that she had. Yeah, so they were con men.
Yeah,
And they were,
There were several comments.
and he was probably high on crack and he took that painting and he sold it. To get more, to get high. So
Yes.
there was a lot of that crazy
Yes,
stuff.
there was. a lot of it.
Well, we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You have a good day.
Thank
You
you.
too.
You have a hard job. And I won't take the book. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
Thank you. That's it, Tilton.
I know what's up.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all are told or not.
No, the one that had
3 o'clock today, so.
Yeah.
about 10 people or telephone call.
We do have a.
You don't have.
No, we do not. I'm free.
Yeah, but
I
the
think we have
one,
a mix. of-
Yeah, we were originally told there was no 1 o'clock, and then she came back and renewed.
Yeah. Well, it worked out perfect though, because the guy that was here in the afternoon, I was trying to reach out and say, hey, I want you to come earlier, today. And it worked out, he was in there and I talked with me, he said, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wonder if
You got 8 by 8 or 1.
Yeah.
That's,
thank God for yesterday.
that's it, what she was
Yeah.
talking about.
Is he coming in or? is he doing-
He's gonna do,
I was just saying he couldn't do it this morning, but. We have an hour to.
probably not. I mean, we got like 8 of them.
That's a
You
lot.
get started with them, you don't wanna go into 10 o'clock, people might show up with 10 o'clock call.
Sure as we do, we'll be back.
Exactly.
I know.
Yeah, I had to go, wash my car to make it rain.
All right, there you go. You gonna take everybody?
You look at it 1 at a time.
You could have walked in car, that. Place where I used to go across and,
Dairy Queen?
yeah. Now they've got, they knocked. the
Is it
whole
gonna
thing
be
down.
Is it
in
gonna
the
be a
car
car
wash?
wash?
Looks like, okay.
Oh, it's got 3 bays. I liked it that, but there was a guy there.
Yeah,
Really
yeah, right.
Good job on his car.
Yeah.
So
I
I
hope they
guess
do
if
that
their
again.
equipment is crapped out or whatever, they're only using 1 bay for a
Yeah.
long time. But it looks like there's 3.
And that guy,
Well, the different ones, different time. They
Well,
never
the-
stayed very long.
the
That
one
last
that had
one
been there
there.
for quite a while, a friend of mine would talk with him and stuff. And he evidently was part owner in the original, the building that was there. And, I guess they sold it and, he said he's leaving town, he's gonna be a over the road trucker. So,
Oh, so they have sold it, whoever.
yeah, whoever's
So the
figuring,
buyers tore it down and putting rebuilding.
yeah.
It looks like it's gonna be one.
Yeah.
Well, we need something.
So I tore it down, I'm like,
I know, I did, I said the same thing. First of all, I drove by and they were closed. I'm like, oh man, I wonder when they're gonna open it. And the next thing you know, it's being torn down. And I'm like. I'm never
they
gonna.
started with the building, tell.
Yeah. And then I went to the Exxon on the corner and their car wash wasn't working, so it's like. I took it
the
to,
one further down, past down in Folsom. There's one on the main
Oh,
highway.
135, yeah.
yeah,
On the right hand side going north.
yeah, but I like to drive through them.
Oh, yeah.
No, it is a drive-through.
That's a drive.
You talking about like Jiffy Lube?
No, north out of town.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Where's your house?
I'm gonna make a McDonald's run, anybody want anything?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
But you're not. So,
Well, let me get, you want just the same as you had before?
no, I want what you.
Egg McMuffin,
Oh, I'd like that.
and you want, the meal, or, okay,
I like that.
Sausage McMuffin.
sausage McMuffin,
Egg McMuffin.
egg McMuffin, okay, just the sandwich, or you want the,
No, I don't want the meal.
okay, Ron, you sure you don't want
I'm
it?
good, thank you.
Like that correctly?
I got up this morning, to, do my dog.
Egg,
was out of the car.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Ain't that awful?
Road, like, I'm 18. Thing.
You,
And I'm like, I can't believe
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's-
T,
I don't
not
care
like
if Paul made it or not, but
get a spoon.
yeah, I can't believe. I'm not supposed to have one, but you
Who is?
know, quite frankly, I can't, who is, I can't tell the difference. It's like I can't tell the difference between regular Pepsi and Diet Pepsi. I don't drink Pepsi.
We get the half cap, so
What?
the half cap, it's,
Oh, I didn't know it was.
yeah, they make HEB brand. It's a half cap, half caffeine, half,
I mean, for, is this like the pods or
this is in
the coffee?
the,
I use the pods.
they may have, I don't know.
Oh. Got it. Take a moment. Yeah, the mind of this all.
You used to be able to do that.
I think the room shrank with the last ready.
Yes, probably. What's going on? I think that's. Got it.
The mute button is glowing red. Guess it's you.
Oh, good.
You two doesn't even listen to me.
I can't imagine people actually sitting and watching
Yes,
this.
one thing that it does, you know,
No,
I'd be interested to see
I would too.
that can be tracked.
Yeah, I think it's like so many other things that they've done in the case because you just have one, there's a name on it.
I watched the county court of law once in a while.
Did you?
that would be interesting.
You know,
Yeah, that would be slow though. Wouldn't it? There might be cases where somebody's coming in to protest. And, oh, maybe you want a friend, you know, watch it. I certainly wouldn't. I do it.
So you want to go over what was said to you again? Why?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You check, you know, this, I have some of those in there.
Okay. Yeah, it gets to be a challenge every day. Look away, look away.
I know. It's like going back to having a real job.
Really?
Really have, you know,
I know.
6 o'clock to go to work.
Yeah, I don't miss those days.
I had to get up at 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
I caught my puppy and she was in her kennel and I heard her coughing. Which bothered me. And so I got up. And she was sitting up in her kennel when she wasn't used to it. She was laying down. She's great at night. She looked at her for a while and she just kept coughing some more. Like, oh, what out of the kennel.
yeah.
She got up on the bed and been fine for a while and we get down this morning. Grew up all over the place and she had eaten. I've taken all of her toys away from me. She was eating the food. And I had thrown the toy out of a big plastic like alligator. And she had played with it for 3 or 4 months, never bothered her. Oh, I caught her chewing off the nose and part of the head, so I took it away from her. And I threw it out. But apparently when I had taken the trash out, I found out the trash and she got it. Apparently, I didn't see her do that.
And hit it.
So on the floor. So I got, well, went back in the back and threw it out. Well, that's what she threw up. Thankfully, she threw it up. Maybe a day later, but after that, she was fine. But it was, you know,
that's what they do.
They're like kids, they want to
Worse.
bite everything, you know,
Yeah,
put everything in
she's
their mouth.
got, every, she was a retriever, everything going in now. After what it is, you know, she's got her real teeth now. She doesn't have baby teeth, I mean, her baby.
Yeah,
Yes,
But they're not as sharp as the,
No, but I
the
know.
baby
nowhere
teeth,
near.
oh no, those things are.
I think we've collected like 16 of them.
I never found hers. Maybe she's smaller.
She
That's what
made-
they say they did.
Taking her tomorrow to Shady Oak for dinner.
Hmm.
And it's probably not very expensive. About $56, I think, including cutting her nails, and reblowing her cutter and just, you know, wash and fluff her.
My little granddaughter, is a groomer in.
Oh, is she?
Yes, in Houston. And it's amazing how much people pay to get their dogs groomed and dyed.
But some people, you know, like
Nails.
poodles, and the ones that have to shave
Yes.
clips and all that, and they can do it almost every month. It's expensive.
And so she, you know, she went to the school and the school hired her to be part instructor, part groomer type thing, you know, so she's loving that. She wants to get one of these mobile things.
Yeah, I'm telling you
You
what.
know,
those
she
are
can do that in
now.
the Houston area.
Yeah, I've tried to get, there's a couple of them in Norfolk, that
Mm.
cover this area,
I didn't
and
know
I've
that.
tried to get them, but I don't want this one in the car.
Right.
So, I tried 2 or 3, I think 2, I got messages, and obviously the other phone back. And a couple of my friends use them, and
Mhm.
apparently they're like, book.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the cash pound, it was going to dog.
Well, my
I
daughter,
don't know how much they charge for them. Bigger dogs, you know, like poodles,
sure.
like over 100.
Well, when Christy lived in Pearland, before she moved to Houston proper, she did that, and we met this lady at, she had a van, and we dropped the dog, and I was just like, I can't believe this. You can do that in bigger areas, you know, but I didn't know they had them here in Rockville.
My vet has some.
Mm.
She comes to for their annual shots and stuff. So I'll
Yeah.
call my house in there. I take the dog to her.
Sure.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Little crates, and she drives in the driveway and does her deal, and we take the cat, so there's no screaming, hollering, and yelling for, you know, the ride over.
Yeah.
You should see the cats.
I know.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to get one of them doesn't have a claw, but she's pretty tough. The other one has a claw.
The claws are just.
You're right. You know, I'm not going in there, I'm not going in there.
It's,
And they turn around inside their skin. Just-
Yeah, my big cat, he's like 16 pounds, you know. I have like soft-sided ones, so I can, you know, actually, I used to have the big ones, but anyway, he got in there, he was so ferocious about being in there. Knocked the damn thing over on its side, so.
oh,
He was upside down and then like this, and torn with the claws out.
oh, that's funny.
Oh,
I did my cat overseas one time. When we were going to, my husband and I were transferred overseas, I guess you would say. And they had to go through Japan
Mm.
that way
They not-
instead of through England, because England was having same thing. Anyway, they weren't working at the airports. We were afraid the cats were gonna get stuck there, and if they're on the ground for more than 24 hours. Then they go into a 6-month quarantine.
Quarantine for that, yeah.
So we had them shipped the other way.
Or did you fly the plane?
No, we couldn't. So it was, you know, it was like, but we got there, they got there, and apparently we had to go sorry for them on the way. And fed them rice, there were little bowls of rice all over, and they're all crunched up in the corner, going, it's rice.
You had to have all kinds of permits for that?
Oh, yeah,
Shots and, you know.
their shots and all of that. Yeah, we go, you have their bag, you put it in the thing. And it was back in the last year, they had the plywood ones with the holes and their little claws would be there.
They're funny, they you're out.
Two, just two.
With it.
Yes. Oh, yeah, because it was the same price. If you did both of them in there, or if you did use the place, then they charge you separately, yeah. And they were huge crates, I mean,
They're still pretty good. So I had an like orange plastic thing, but they had plexiglass on this. You could see them. But I'll never forget seeing the line, even checking my bag, you do it, my cat's son. Oh, no, it was so bad. They flew on a plane with me.
Probably ignored you for a while. I said, "Oh, yeah, what did you do to us?"
Yeah.
Well, that was exciting. Well, the last time I went, the drive-through was, going out to speak to our and this time there was only one down in front of me. And she was just like fumbling and the first speaker, they asked, they took my order, the first speaker, she did the next one, right? So I placed my order and I'm waiting, and she's still fussing around at the one in front of me, so I went around her, and that screwed them all up.
Oh, my God, yes.
It's now,
no, you're not.
yeah. And, so, it was funny, but they love it.
Say like this.
That'll be something. Okay. Your egg. Your sausage.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That for last time.
Oh.
Take it or.
How much is the egg muffin? I don't know.
Oh.
But I didn't have any.
Oh, well.
It'd be 99 cents.
Yeah,
I mean, more, it was good old days.
I was gonna say.
Why do I call you?
I.
Hey, you guys, continue, I want to say a few things.
Oh, okay. Is it good?
No, but I prefer to say a few things now instead of saying anything during the hearing.
You want me to mute?
No, it's okay. I don't ever want, I want to try to avoid, whenever it's y'all's 5 minutes. I try to never talk. Sometimes I get because of that reason. Sometimes I just get up because I'm tired of sitting here. I'm not reading it too much. Something I just want to pass on is that you guys have an appraisal review board manual. Chapter 6 in that manual is not a bad thing to read every once in a while. And I know you guys are already spending a lot of time up here, but value is important. And this is actually a pretty hard thing to deal with. At times it can be hard to deal with. So chapter 6 in that manual, I think is pretty important. Just to look at, and in my opinion, there's 2 things that an appraisal review board is always walking a fine line on. And one of them is not agreeing with us. That means absolutely nothing. Your job is not to agree with us. In fact, that manual says that the appraisal district value is not presumed to be correct. That's what that manual says. So when we stand up here and we say we have a value of $400,000, there is no presumption of correctness. It's the burden of proof is on us to prove the value. So saying all that, to me, the 2 things that are very difficult to deal with are predetermined values. Having something in your head that the number needs to be lower than. That's a hard thing to deal with. And sometimes when it sticks in your head, then it's hard. It's hard to deal with that. You're all of a sudden just running to a value. And I mean, a lot of times we're running to a value that's going to be below their taxable value. We're like, hey, if we can get to that number, then we're in a good spot. This is actually going to work. And that's that feeling of we need to do something for them. And then the other thing, and again, this is a fine line. Fine line is introducing evidence. So we produce evidence and they produce evidence. And you're allowed to discuss and talk, that's why it's a fine line. But the introduction of evidence from the third party, meaning y'all, is when that line was crossed. So you've got us making a point and them making a point. And you're allowed to talk, you're allowed to go through that, you're allowed to have your own head, your own mind, talk through it. All of that is true. But introduction of evidence is when it's not okay.
I have-
Leading them to leading them into things that they haven't said, because if you think about it, we present evidence in a way that means we can't present other evidence. So we have a package here, and we put it up there, and then I go through something, and somebody says, well, this, and this, and I say, well, oh yeah, well, this happened over here. They can say, yeah, but that's not in your evidence, and they're right. Our evidence has to prove our value. Our value is not presumed to be correct. That's what the manual says. We have the burden of proof to prove that. You guys have the responsibility of listening, and your manual actually says your test is, does it make sense? I love that about your manual, because appraisal really comes down to opinion. Yeah, it does. It's my opinion. It's everybody's opinion. And I love that your manual cuts to the chase and says, when you hear all this stuff, all these people talking and all this stuff, the one question that you ask yourself is, does this make sense? Is this right? Which is great, because I think that is how things work. We do have to ask ourselves that. And I'm for wanting to do this with you guys, because I don't want to blow up in the middle of a hearing in frustration. Once I feel like I've said it, I don't have to say this again. And if you hear nothing from me, just hear that chapter 6 in your manual is a good chapter. It's a chapter that really does, it's not in favor of anybody. It's just saying, hey, this is how you do your job. As an appraisal review board person who has to listen to stuff every day. And it's important. I think the manual says something else that's super important, and that is, just because the appraisal district says it's a value, you're not supposed to presume that value is correct. Everybody's on equal footing. And then you figure out what makes sense. If the appraisal district says it's worth $300,000, you're literally saying, prove it to me. And we have to. And if we can't, the manual says you're supposed to rule in the other person's favor. That's what it says. So if I present bad evidence, if I stand up here with an evidence package and it doesn't say anything, and I'm saying, hey guys, y'all need to listen, you're actually supposed to say, no, we're not. You had the burden of proof to prove this to us, and you did.
One of the answer the question is, can I talk about this the last case?
No.
You can't talk about
I'll
that.
leave anything.
You can use hypothetical.
Okay, so you present information, does prove actually that more about. Sure, sure, okay, sure. And then a protester comes in and says, well, I have that is wrong, and you can here, and you know, economic sure, we know what it is. So even though you prove that the crisis is right, the other evidence says maybe we should give this person some relief and stay because of XX thing that she didn't bring into it. So are you saying that's something you couldn't do?
No, in this case, in any case, the evidence was provided on both sides. So what you're doing, what I'm hearing you say is you saw other evidence that we had, and you said this evidence makes sense to me,
Right.
that this is a problem. What I'm saying about that is once you've decided that, you've used their evidence. That's as far as you have to go. You don't have to go any further. You don't have to lead them into more discovery of more stuff that they haven't presented.
Ask them more questions.
You don't have to pull that out of them because they've actually given it to you. And that is a good time when you're like, at that moment in time, you can't care about taxable and assessed value. You can't say, well, we've got to get it below such and such number, or none of this makes sense. This is all wasted effort. Those are mistakes that are easy to make. In my opinion, those are really easy to make. Because I feel like I think I understand the stress that you're under, because I have people who sit in my office and they end up in here because emotionally I didn't do what they wanted. And it was hard to say. It is hard to say no.
I think that's what they stressed in our manual also, is you have to keep the emotions.
It's very hard.
It is very
And
hard.
it's one of the reasons I'm talking now, because as the season goes on, appraisers have the tendency to get frustrated and eventually say something like you would say to someone that you cared about, but you were in anger, and he's like, you guys are doing this wrong, and this is what you're doing, and then I'll fit. But I don't think that that's true. I just think that your manual is actually pretty decent. In a world of manuals and information that's hard to understand, they did a pretty good job of just saying, it would have been hilarious if that manual would have been 300 pages or something. Now it would have been like, oh, of course, you had to do this, but they didn't do that. Chapter 6 is a pretty short read. It's pretty important because the stuff that's in there matters. It helps you do a good job. It helps us have shorter hearings. It helps us kind of go, oh, okay, that's right. It's right there.
Yeah. It's
Does
good to
it,
go back and read.
does it make sense? Is I think something that we do in our office too. Does it make sense? That's a really good test. We're constantly doing. So,
Okay, so.
Yeah.
One of the things I've seen happen is that they will present the case and we present yours. We talk about it, and then always they're feeling like. This is my interpretation, that it's not gonna go, so they add more stuff to it, but there's no proof of that. It's just, well, I've also got this problem or,
yeah.
and I find that hard to know to ignore it or add it in.
The only thing I can say to that is, would you want me to do that? Would you want me
No.
to
That's a
continue
good
on,
question.
to continue on grabbing information here and kind of do, oh, yeah, well, which I've done that. I've done that before. Someone a while back was talking about something and I said, no, this sold over here for this much money. And it would have been appropriate for you guys to do, like, what did the judge say? Disregard,
Right.
or whatever they say. I didn't present that. We present
That
stuff.
wasn't in your presentation.
We even have to do the 14-day evidence. We have, it's not like we are working this up when they're coming in. There's rules to this stuff.
And does a time limit help that?
Absolutely.
You know,
The time limit, that's a good, as you asked the question, like if they go on and on, it's important that, this is your meeting. It's not Ray's meeting or my meeting or even the citizens meeting. It's your meeting. You're basically the jury and you listen to evidence, you run the meeting and you run it. You tell them that right up front. We give them that information 14 days in advance about how the meeting's going to go. The more that you set a precedent of, okay, you've had your time, this is our time, and you can deliberate. And in that deliberation, there is a fine line of asking questions to either the district representative or the citizen, because you didn't get it in the presentation. But it is a fine line of leading and then saying, introducing new evidence is a big thing. Like, what about this one over here? That's really not, I think I mentioned that in the first day or the first week easily. I said, I don't know that y'all can do that. Like, you should not be doing that. You should listen to the district case. You should listen to the person's case, the citizen's case, and then you should make a decision. In those presentations, if you were listening and there was a point that neither one of the cross-examinations pulled out that you didn't understand, it's okay to ask a question about their presentation, but it is a fine line of leading them to, well, do you think is engendering an opinion? Ask a direct question to a thing. Was this damaged on this date? Can you tell me the state of repair on this date? Those are good questions. Not, do you think, because now you're introducing opinion. Like if you ask Ray, what do you think Ray's gonna give you his opinion. If you ask a citizen, what do you think? They're gonna give you their opinion.
Right.
And again, this is all tied to market value opinion methodology. So it's, again, the reason for the discussion today is well warranted, I think, from Ray's standpoint and from the citizen standpoint. When you listen, and I'm speaking for the district here, when the ARB allows the citizen to continue, and we're sitting there on the other side, not having any say in the discussion of, it wasn't presented in the evidence. There was no exchange about the thing that they're talking, that you led them into during your deliberation. Really, at that time, we have to be quiet. And it's really difficult when we as the district did not cross-examine that topic. And then you're going down a path that we have no recourse. It's very difficult for us to be quiet. It's very difficult for us not to be frustrated. We're like, wait a second, what are we doing here?
That's not what the evidence
Right.
showed. Yeah, I
It's okay.
follow you.
It's okay to ask them, they didn't come in and say it's gonna cost me, like in cases we've heard recently. I have this issue, this issue, this issue. Is it okay to say to them, well, what is your estimate of what that is gonna cost to correct? They didn't tell you up front. I'm asking them, okay, you have all these issues. What do you think it's gonna cost to correct that?
Again, the what do you think,
Can I do that?
the what do you think engenders a market valuation.
I'm
They-
not repaired.
I understand, but again, it's talking about a market valuation. So if it was not presented and you ask a question like that, then you're just getting I think it's going to cost X to repair. And you have to, again, even if you ask that, which I don't know if you should, or I'm not going to advise you in that way. You should ask your attorney if you should ask those type of questions. But if you did, it's just a piece of information. Again, we presented a evaluation. They presented a valuation, right? And then you ask a question because you have a question. You say, how much do you think this repair is going to cost? And they give you another piece of data. It's just one other piece of data. It just needs to be thrown in because the manual makes sense in the fact that it says, does this make sense? Like you have to throw it into the wash. You have to use all of the data. And I will say that we have a lot of data. And you'll notice in our data, much of the time we breeze past 15 or 16 pages worth of data just to get to the end to say, oh, there was 109 sales in this. It doesn't have the punch that it should. Like this is such overwhelming data that should really go into the equation. I'm not discounting what any citizen would say because much of the time we don't have the opportunity to talk to them and they bring new and good information. Much of the time you will hear me say or Ray say, that's information that we didn't have. You should absolutely consider, the whatever they said. And because we just.
Okay, I see, okay.
Much of the time they'll bring to the board information that neither the board nor the district knew. Only the citizen knew because it's their home or it's their property. And that's okay, that's good. But to lead them is, again, a fine line. The reason that we're having this conversation is so that you're not violating the manual. Because y'all spent time and energy, you took a course, for this stuff, and it was in there. And there's been a couple of different cases that I know of here in this season already that you're asking for, well, what about that one over there? Well, at that point, you as an ARB are introducing new evidence, and that's not, I don't believe that's
not
allowed.
fair to the board.
It's just a violation.
The district.
I think, it's not even a fair, yeah.
Never fair.
Yeah,
That's why one of the things that happens, you'll notice when a property owner comes in and says, hey, this property is a problem for me, this property over here, this one over here. We'll usually say, we can look at any one of those. And the reason is, they just introduce those as evidence. That's really evidence. They're saying the house next door to me is the Taj Mahal. and mine, and there's a value difference, and it's crazy, and I can't live with it. Well, we can't look at everything, but out of all the stuff they said, there might be two of them. That's why we try to say, we'll look at anything we want to look at. But what we're really saying is, we have time to maybe look at two. You know, so, but we will look. We'll just run out of time.
And the reason that we include the sales ratio report for the neighborhood is for the very purpose for us to be able to rebut that and say, well, let's look at this one. It wasn't in the original comp grid or the original equity grid, but the reason that we're talking about this is we're talking about a market value. Equity is always a consideration, which we can, you know, we'll generally pick as something that's congruent. But having said that, the reason that we have that large sales ratio report is because it's in there, and it gives us the right to talk about any one of those and make comparisons to the subject. We can say, when that person says, I want you to look at this one, well, that's fine. We can look at that one that citizen brings up, but I can look at any one of these 109 sales if I wanted to. I only picked 6 because it proves our case immediately, you know?
Okay, well, as a first timer, I appreciate this discussion.
Mhm.
Because I've never done this before. And it brings up a good point. The district proves their value, and the citizen comes in and maybe proves their value,
Mhm.
or throws something in that the district didn't have. So the district will look at it, but if it's not in their data, they don't consider it.
Well, again, we don't know what the city, even though we're required to give them all our evidence 14 days in advance, they're not required. They can show up and they can present it on the day of, and they can talk about anything. So much of the time, we just don't know what they're going to say and know what comparisons they're going to bring up, or know what they're going to talk about as far as damage or anything. We just don't know. So we kind of take that on the fly. You should absolutely listen to the citizen as it relates to whatever information they bring up, and consider, you know, they're swearing that it's valid and true. We're doing the same thing. We're saying that all of these sales, to the best of our knowledge, are valid and true. And so the information that we present is valid and true. The information they present, they're swearing to, is valid and true. And therefore, you have to act as a jury. Which is more plausible? Which makes sense? Does this make sense? That's really the best advice you can have in the whole manual is, does it make sense? And then the second thing is just the introduction of new evidence. You have to be careful, and really that should come from you. Was that in your original evidence? Like, even if we do it, well, I don't see that was in your original evidence. You know, we need to, you know, let's not consider that. Let's, you know, move on to your next point. And then we'll say, yeah, that you're right, that wasn't in our evidence. But it's important that you do that to the other side as well. If it wasn't in the evidence that they presented, where is that? Well, I want you to look at this one. Well, was that in your evidence? Or
So we can't really, we can't consider it because it wasn't in the evidence. So you say to them.
They can testify to whatever they want to testify to.
Yeah.
So even though it's not in their evidence, they can actually say whatever they want to say. But again, if there's no proof of it, then you should weigh that as like, how trustworthy is that thing? Well, Joe said he bought this for X. I don't have, you know, the district doesn't have that evidence. They don't have that written evidence.
Because Joe said it doesn't mean.
Again, they're testifying that they heard Joe, but you see where
Show us where it is.
right, exactly.
I got you.
And it's just, again, does it make sense? In the whole mountain of evidence that you've heard, both from the district and the citizen, what makes sense? What washes out? And then just don't lead. You shouldn't lead. You shouldn't ask us leading questions at the, you know, well, Ray, what do you think about this? You know, relates to this value. We're going to give you our opinion, but you shouldn't ask that question. In the same way, Mr. Joe Citizen, you know, what do you think about? They're going to tell you what they think, obviously, and they're going to tell you what they think as relates to market value. At the end of the day, the vast majority of all the hearings that you will hear have to do with market value. what is this worth on the open market? And then secondly, am I being treated fairly? Like, is there enough data that looks to where I'm being treated like all these other citizens? And if the answer is yes, then that's enough. If they point out some things that are specific about their property that we didn't know, or that you as the ARB didn't know, then absolutely take that into consideration. You should take that into consideration, but it's very specific cases in which that happens. Usually it's tied to damage. Usually it's tied to an interior thing that we can't see unless they present it to us. And so it's important that you just take it as a whole. The presentation of new evidence is it's a very slippery slope. If you can disagree with what Ray and I have just talked about, but you should absolutely ask your attorney, like to give you some advice on it in reference to the manual.
Well, I hear all that you're saying. And the thing that's can be difficult at times is to recognize the burden of proof and whose responsibility the burden of proof is. So for market and equity, Q1, Q2 types of protests, ultimately the burden of proof is on the district.
Completely. So much so that you're not even supposed to think that our original value is right. You're supposed to see the evidence. We have to prove that. We can't just say that's a $300,000 condo.
Right.
Your answer to that is show me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so we can y'all can go through and review this one chapter. It is, I'll say, thin on elements dealing with the protesters' presentations. But be that as it may, at the end of the day, I think in my mind, it comes down to the burden of proof being with the district, and was their presentation with their evidence compelling to the point where you believe it. Okay. Now, a lot of the challenges for me come in, okay, they're value things, right? Which is, I feel that based on the evidence on both sides, that there may be grounds to deal with an adjustment to value. Okay. And a lot of our challenge is how much? Okay, what makes sense? Can we say that, it's X% or X number of dollars or that type of thing? And that's where a lot of this angst revolves around is what can we say, what can we ask that might help us better determine if an adjustment value is warranted based on evidence, and if so, how much? I will also offer, I know you all got the hard copy manuals, I'll send you PDF versions of those. Sometimes those are a little easier to deal with, particularly if you want to look at it on your computer or your iPad and do searches and things like that. If you want to search for where does it say arbitration, where does it say different court or something like that, it's easy to view with the soft copy versions.
Yeah, and it's important also to consider that when you're listening to all of the data, both from the district and the citizen, that you understand scope and scale. Scope and scale of the overall thing. Like if, I'm not talking about any particular property, but if, it's near $1 million property and somebody's talking about a deck that we have valued for $580, because it was 1970 original build or whatever. Does it really matter to a potential buyer? Think about the scope and scale of those things. If it's significant, then think about the scope and scale. Like if it's gutted on the inside of the house, how does that affect a potential buyer? Yeah, it affects a potential buyer because they're not going to give you a full finished out house price. They're going to give you something less.
If they came in and under this circumstance and issued or said all these things that needed to be corrected, as we have had happen in a number of cases recently, but they don't come in with a value. They don't come in and say it's gonna cost 100,000 for me to fix X, X, and X. So if we ask them, what is your opinion, or
No,
can you prove what you're
Yeah,
going to have to spend it to?
what's the
Then-
practice, what's the.
But they didn't bring that information to have it in their head.
Right. So-
Is that
so-
okay?
Yeah, I mean, you should ask your attorney if that's okay. I'm not gonna give you advice on that. But again, scope and scale. I want you to think about this. That let's just say a person spent $60,000 on a roof, right? On a roof. And they say, the roof's gonna be $60,000 and I need to get it done. So I'm gonna ask a question. You don't have to answer, but the very next year, should I add $60,000 to that property? The answer is no. No, it has an effect on overall value, but it's only to a certain degree, meaning that if you ask, what does this cost to repair? And somebody gives you $100,000, then should I add $100,000 next year because they said that the repair that they're going to do? The answer is no. It has an effect on value, but it's just the market reaction to that thing. So again, scope and scale, and what your manual says is, does it make sense? And what does that scope and scale look like? Again, you don't have to agree with what I'm telling you. You should absolutely ask your attorney about how to guide you in such deliberations. The main things that Ray and I wanted to bring to your attention was maybe holding on to the meeting timeline, like what you alluded to, like, should we let it go on? And then, no, I think y'all have done a good job of doing that.
Yeah, this discussion isn't a discussion. This isn't like your kids have been messing up and you're trying to find the time to talk. That's not it at all. This discussion is because everybody in here kind of has a hard job because we have to talk to people. If that was a pump over there, we wouldn't care.
Right.
If it was equipment, it wouldn't matter. Broken tractor.
Because it's emotion.
Right, and so.
I try to let them down gently and.
There is no, you guys have a lawyer and that's important because we're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to say predetermined values and introducing new evidence are fine lines. And a person can sit there and say, they can say anything they want. They can say that house is this house is that. And every time you're still having to say, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Does it make sense within the timeline? I have to find out the answer to this. We've got 30 minutes. And so there's this thing where it doesn't make sense. And how do you weigh the evidence? Those things are tough. Predetermined value is so tough that in appraisal for us, it's one of the things that we have to go through in training all the time is we're not allowed to have a predetermined value. It's a constant thing. It sounds simple. It sounds really simple for me to say, hey guys, you can't have a predetermined value. If it was simple, appraisers who are licensed wouldn't be told that in class all the time. We're told that all the time, guys, you can't, because it's unethical. It's an unethical thing. I can't do that. And that's why I brought it up to you guys, because it is a challenge. It'll always be a challenge. To discover value, not to have it in your head and say, that's the value I'm going to. What do we discover? How much do we think this bulkhead damage is worth?
I have a particular problem personally, and that is that being a real estate agent, even though I'm not that active anymore, I was for a number of years. It happened the other day, I brought up to Ray, I often see wrong information. I know the property sold for. I can't tell you. I did tell him about one yesterday.
Because we were wrong.
Because you were wrong. It was way wrong. Yeah, way wrong.
Way wrong.
So that, and I was happy to do that, but overall, I can't really, have access to MLS and tell you guys,
Right.
I'd love to do that, but.
Yeah, you can imagine if I knew something that didn't have proof of it. Like if I knew that something happened next door and I just kind of lean back and say, hey, the thing next door to me sold for 350, because I'm trying to prove something, and then your response is to me, well,
Where is it in your
then
data?
I'm like, well, I'm under oath, and you're just kind of looking at me like, well, if that was that important, would you put it in your evidence? Would that already be there? Like, why are we going there?
There's one other issue also that's personal is that having worked with buyers and sellers a lot over the years, it's taken us. And you bring up a situation where okay, this house is 150, this house is 150, you've got the buyer. This house has a brand new this and that, this house doesn't, but yet the credit is accepted equally. The buyer is not going to go for the less value than the property, they're just not, they're going to go with the new road. I don't care if you invest them in the fair way, that's what they're gonna do. And so when you look at other things where there's economic obsolescence that we've had in other cases, big buildings, this other, the buyer is not going to buy the property. I know that. And so it's hard for me to say, okay, I understand where the focus is coming from, and that personal knowledge myself, that I know what a buyer would do.
That's how the market works. It's essentially substitution. You'll substitute something else.
Well, and I think if not by the village, your background, it's the fact that if you were buying that piece of property, what were the things that you would look for and put up with? Or be willing to put money in and what was
It's hard not to have a personal opinion.
And you absolutely, and that's a great point.
Yeah.
You absolutely should have a personal opinion.
That's okay.
You should as a board, because you're taking in information from both sides. So essentially, what, again, ask your attorney, but what you should be doing is listening to all the evidence and seeing if it makes sense. But at some point during this whole deliberation, you should put yourself in the place of a buyer, and you should put yourself in the place of a seller and ask yourself the simple, if I'm selling this, do I let it go for any less than a number? If I'm buying this, do I buy it for that number? And then you answer the question very quickly in your head. Everybody has an opinion, whether they want to say so or not. They have, you hear very often, well, it's not for sale. Yeah, but you know what this is worth,
Right.
because if you hesitate, like if I ask a citizen, there's no way you're letting it go for the number that we have on it. And then you wait. The fact that you paused for 2 seconds said that you've already thought about it and you've already rejected it.
True.
That's what in my 15 years of doing this, that's what I know to be reliable. You do it all the time.
How many,
Scope and scale doesn't make sense. Those are the main things.
while you were active selling, how many times did you have people buying things, items and?
Rare.
Yeah.
All else.
And that's-
Let me correct that to 1%. I will say, last number, X number of years, other than this last year, lots of properties have been sold off in the pictures on.
Yeah.
Right.
Buyer comes to you and says, I want this house, I look at it online, and I'm gonna make an offer. I'm seeing all today, we do brochures, and we have great pictures of the interior of these houses, that's those realtor.com.
Right.
So, up until maybe the last year and a half or so, no, very rarely did we buy these things. Today, I've seen several $1 million properties. sold.
In my 18 years of selling, that happened to me 3 times. And that's when naval station Ingleside was over and the people were coming in. And they didn't have that many houses, so they would look on realtor.com and they, I'd send a video, but that's only 3 times in 18 years. So.
And that's to me, a somewhat annoying and challenging part of this too, is.
It's a little scary.
Well,
You just from the seller's point of view.
No, the reason is because properties are selling at or above the asking price. I could probably name
Right.
hundreds of them, but, and very few below market value, I don't care what land or whatever.
Right.
There's multiple offers on lots of things, especially, believe it or not, the multi-million-dollar properties. And all the time, it's 2 or 3, cash, and, so. I
Never had that conversation.
I was guessing I was answering your question.
Yeah, the
last 2 years.
the reality about market value transactions, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about sales.
Right.
How does it relate to a subject property? The reality in any market is that any potential buyer has been thinking about purchasing a property in a market, whether it's here or Austin and Braunfels or wherever. They've been thinking about it more than a day or more than a week or more than a month. They've probably been pining on that on not a particular property, but a particular area for a while. Meaning Rockport is a place that people want to come to. They've been thinking about it for a while, and they generally know what's what. And they have an opinion. Like they have an opinion about what a thing is worth. And they also are savvy to know the market, like, oh, well, I'm going to offer $20,000 below. They're not getting that property. They know the tone and tenor of the marketplace right now. They're not going to be successful in their in their bid. Having said that, as it relates to this, Ray's absolutely right. This is us understanding how difficult it is for both you as an ARB and us as one of the people that are presenting evidence, the district in this case, and knowing that you're dealing with people. And so it's just a general discussion that we're having. You should absolutely take all of what we've said and run it by your attorney to get their advice. They're gonna. Yeah.
And you should not be introduced to new evidence.
Just a fine line, guys, is all I'm saying. Right. That's all from us to you, it's a fine line. On our end too, we always,
Right.
sometimes there's something in my head. I'll go, yeah, and then I'll think, shouldn't really, not really the route to go.
Right.
It's, yeah,
Well, can y'all, are y'all allowed to, point out to me, I'm talking about myself?
Somebody's being signed in right now.
I prefer not to. It's sort of like, I prefer not to, because I don't mind,
But
it's okay to make a mistake. Like, it's okay. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know it's okay, but what I'm saying as advice or help me do a better job.
Or if it's okay, the way I like to do that is with what we just did.
Okay,
And I want you to know that
and not point out.
I don't spend a lot of time second guessing.
Okay.
In fact, I would even say, not speaking about anything specifically, but there has been time in a case where we proved our value, but in my gut, I felt like our value was high. And so I was kind of wrestling with it. I was wrestling with, what do I say here? And they produced an absolutely terrible case. And I thought, gosh, they're doing such a bad job. Well, how is this going to end? And y'all sensed it and lowered the value because it was the right thing to do. Because it didn't make sense. In your gut, you knew. I think someone, you knew. And so you'll get that one right. Every once in a while, you'll get one wrong. And neither one of those really need to be. Like, I didn't go home thinking, anything about it, and y'all shouldn't either. And we'll have little talks like this from time to time. And it's really important that everyone understands that you have an attorney and that we're the appraiser. Y'all can tell us to take a hike. Like your attorney, that would be nice. Yeah, I wonder how much we would have to pay him to be here.
To be here on site. And we can't talk about it afterwards either, so. It's just over and done.
It's really good to make our 10 pieces.
That was good.
Wait, everybody good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking.
Yeah, we're on the 10th.
Years ago, we made the mistake.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go read that chapter.
Yeah,
It's only in the new member training.
I have one, I have one.
You do, they have a new member?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, new member, no, I don't have the new member. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
so I'll send you the PDF if you want.
Oh, yes, please, thank you.
And they may be able
So
to
it's not
have-
an RE.
Yeah, it's not a returning member
Oh.
training.
Yeah.
There seem to be blankets, very long, like lots of this.
No,
Yeah. So. Mr. Wells, Mr. Wells, so you have 53 and 54. The problem.
Let them know that you're here.
Problems.
yes.
Okay.
What's the case ID?
We got two. Two, then first.
There's two of them that have. two things. Side effect. So even if they were together, there's still not a problem with trying to change this. I think and there's not a problem, how long?
It's a 660 and 661.
Okay. Yeah, we can still like a copy of this. You can go back.
No, he said he's not needed any. He's not needed any.
Which one do y'all want to do first?
We'll ask. We'll ask the gentleman, one looks like it's just land and the other is land and improvement. Yeah, right. So we'll see if he has any brothers. I'm guessing it may be the.
Don't get.
You're not a thing.
Come on in.
Right there.
How y'all doing? Good. I'm ready for y'all. Garza? Sorry? I'm sorry, I had the wrong, yeah.
No, look, I gave you the right one.
Mark Aldebar, Mark. Yes.
We'll let you know when it's your turn. I'll let you know when.
They're documented, I mean, I need to have a deed or anything.
Yeah, I got it. I did. Okay.
I just don't know which one he wants to do first, so.
I think we're gonna start with 660. Right, case number
I
first.
was gonna ask.
Okay.
To see if you had a druthers.
Okay.
We have two accounts that were, in the hearing today. One of them is just land and the other is land and improvements. Do you have, do you care which one we do first? Okay, so we'll do 660.
Let's be fair, but it's, we understand 661.
661. You start with 661.
Page 4.
Oh, yeah.
Ray, we're starting with 661.
All right, we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-661,
This is.
account number 18006. 1203 South Magnolia Street in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. For both online submissions, looks like market okay, Q1, Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And the survey may be completed using this survey form. And you can either fill it out, leave it here, or return it here, or email it to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. Or if you'd like, you can take it online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary, and all that information is also included on the form as well as in the determination package that you'll receive after the hearing. You receive that in the mail. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is also provided to you with that determination package. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I understand any of the evidence that you had would have been provided, but you don't have any other evidence?
Correct.
Okay. That's fine. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron Kennedy, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. They will be asked to swear in at this time.
Can you read the statement aloud, please?
I do solemnly swear affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Can I state your name?
Martin Saldivar.
Ray Johnson, do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Saldivar, I have to ask, do you hold a license with the certificate or license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board?
Do that.
Okay. In front of you here is the hearing procedure times, and this dictates how we'll be running the hearing today. There's two ways we can start. One is if you choose to go first in the presentation, or if you would like the district to go first. You get to make that choice.
We'll let the district go first.
Okay.
Hey, Ray.
One of the things I'd like to just ask real quick is there's a note, there's not evidence, but there's a note in here in the protest. Martin, it says that there's a note that was written that said no improvements in the last 3 fiscal years to warrant this drastic of an increase. It's the same note on both protests. Would that note pertain more to the house?
Probably to both, and simply, and as I look at this particular specific town, energy property,
Yeah.
that I look at it in, and now I've looked at the 2020 versus the 2021 and the 2022, as it jumped more so first in from 2020 to 2021 versus 21 to 22.
Right, that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Roll from 21, it was the same value last
Yeah,
year.
and I understand that. I'm just, and maybe I'm my demise.
No, it's okay.
I should have been here between 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
Because now I'm looking at this and that
Okay.
might change from
Okay.
21 to 22, but I still don't see
I
the reason why I went from 2020
Fair
to
enough.
21, and it's probably not a discussion for this.
No, we
Table.
can still, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah. Yes.
Just so that I could understand.
You got a lot of things on my plate. So I
Yeah, yeah,
actually looked
yeah.
at that a lot
We're
closer.
gonna, this is on South Magnolia. We call it South Lockport. It's,
Definitely. Mhm.
So you've got Water Street, somewhere over there, and
Yes.
Austin, Magnolia, Live Oak and Church. And Market Street is that way?
Yes, I'm very familiar with this.
I'm letting these guys know.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So that's where this is at. That's Water Street. Austin Street doesn't continue. See how it stops up there. Magnolia becomes the next road in kind of thing. And this is a land sale. This is a land account. So we have a value of 74,250. I think this may have sold in 2020 and we do not know the purchase price of that. So it's not going to be in our grid. What's going to be in our grid is actually 3 cells on Live Oak Street, which Live Oak is 2 roads, 1 road behind. So that's the road, right? Our values are staggered in here of being higher value close towards the water. So Water Street is more valuable than Austin. Austin and Magnolia are kind of close to the same, and then these 2 are lesser valued streets to me. Land wise. So comp number 1, when we're looking at sales here, comp number 1 is 5,000 square feet lot, subject is 5,000 square feet. The sell price 72,000 in August of 21. All right, comp number 2, 5,000 square feet. This is a September 2020 sale. Sell price is 73,470. And comp number 3 is a February of 20 sale. And the value is 5,000 square feet for 76,500. One of the things you'll notice in this grid is that 2 of our cells are in 20 and not 21. We didn't raise the value this year. The inclination, the change in value happened in the previous year. So the previous year comps, this is the reason why we raised it a year and a half ago. All right, equity. What are we doing with things that aren't sales? So we're going to go on Magnolia here. We've got 5,000 square feet valued at 77,630. Another one, 5,000 square feet valued at 74,250. And another one on Magnolia is 5,000 square feet valued at 67,500. The valuation is median equity value of 74,250. They're all on the same land table. Some of them may be on the corner.
Yes.
This one's on the corner. We have a different valuation for the corner lots on South Lockport because people pay more. There's a view of the bay. That's all we can think of. But that's it. Oh, if you notice in our sales grid, we don't prove our value, but it's such a small, I mean, it's not even $500, but we don't prove 74,250, we prove 73,990. That's it.
You have 2 minutes to question Ray and then 5 minutes for your third.
But my question is, and I see the 74,250 is medium, I understand that part right there, and I see the comps. I do realize that everybody has to, at this table, the subjectivity and what is going on with this market right now and sales price and the influence from different areas having an influence on prices and having an influence on what people pay for these things versus what we feel. Again, subjectivity says that I feel the value is not there. I did not pay 74,250 for the property 2 years ago when I purchased it. And my jump was still 2 years ago. Now I'm in a situation where I'm trying to figure out how to get back to that valuation at 2020 because I paid just a little over that valuation that we had in it, and I've done nothing to the property whatsoever. The influence and the influx of people who are in this mad scurry to find property and moving in from different states is having an impact on just the sales price versus the appraisal, because I own another piece of property, renovated it, sold it, and I sold it for above appraised value, above even private appraised value, because people are coming and doing that. I just don't want to be the person who takes on that craziness of the market, and that's how I can call it, as simple as the madhouse of people purchasing things and pay for it in the appraised value. So I'm sure, I know I didn't pay 74, or even the medium, or even the low, you're at 74,250. I know I didn't pay that in 2020.
Okay, you have some more time.
I'm okay.
4 minutes.
Your story about flipping a house helps me, not you. I mean, you're
I understand that, but there's a difference between a professional decision and a personal decision. This is a personal decision. This is a personal property.
right.
I understand that whole idea, but it still doesn't mean that, and on a professional level, I understand you feel that it helps you. On a professional level, it shouldn't have an impact on what's going on with you personally.
Well, it has an impact because what you're describing is the market. You're describing the marketplace. So I'm showing you 3 sales of lots further from the water that sold over $70,000. And so the question would be, is the lot that you bought, the one that's under protest, was it listed for sale when you bought it?
Definitely. I mean, listings are different situations. There's private listings, there's MLS listings. It was listed.
Okay. Then what that would say is that you can make money on the transaction that you made. That's what the market would say. The market says that if I walked up to you with $75,000 and said, I want that lot, you would have a decision to make. You might take it, you might say, no, I want a little more, but you wouldn't say, I want less.
I understand that part right there, but when you take a step back a little bit and help, you see, I lost my track of thought a little bit here, based off your question. And this is a great discussion topic. I've never been in this arena of discussion, which is really good. I do feel I'm pretty versed in the real estate market. My professional experience has helped me with that. But I have to just go back to the idea that whether I gained, people say, well, he made money. Who knows about the speaking of the flip, who knows how much I invested to put into that property to be able to flip it. Whether I made $5 or $50,000, that's not going to be disclosed. That's my professional level confidentiality. But flipping is not the situation here. This is an empty lot that has no touch. If I decide to sell it, guess what? I do pay tax. I pay a gain, a capital gain tax. I shouldn't pay it in property tax and property gain, and all that gain. Why am I paying in both places? If I decide to sell it, sir, and I didn't catch your name,
Right.
Ray. If I just sell it, yes, capital gain tax will hit me, and I'll do it at that point, just like I did with the flip or did with anything else. But I shouldn't have to pay the appraised value and capital gain tax.
Well, I mean, I think everybody agrees with that. None of us want to do that.
But the tax man is going to get his money, and whether it's the local government, county government, or the federal government. Again, I've never been in this arena of discussion, which is actually pretty interesting. I've been in the real estate industry for 30 years and never sat in this situation.
Well, we're not gonna, the appraisal district doesn't have the authority on whether or not it's right or wrong to impose tax. What the appraisal district is saying specifically is that Mr. Saldivar owns a $73,000 lot on Magnolia, and that's what you can sell it to. And what we believe is proof of that is there's 3 cells behind him further from the water one sold for 72, one sold for 73, and one sold for 76. So we don't have an indicator that his lot is worth less than that. We just don't have data saying it. The data says that you would sell it for 75,000 or so. So.
You have 1 minute. You say anything else?
Maybe and as I explained myself with regards to being the first time in this particular forum for discussion. Maybe I didn't understand the idea of the evidence that I would need to bring and details like that. So if it means me bringing a statement that shows that it's personal property, not professional property, maybe I need to do that. Whether it means I need to bring a statement that shows the price that I paid for that lot, and and then even the next part right there, where I'm perfectly fine and happy with paying my capital gain tax when I sell it, $275 versus what I paid for it. But the idea of having to pay tax on it during the point before I get to that, it's a personal piece of property for me. It's not a business proposition for myself.
ARB has 5 minutes now.
Well, I think the district has proven value.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be used at 73,990.
I would agree. Make one quick comment. The law, unfortunately, the law actually dictates that we appraise at market value. We also can consider equity as an additional consideration. So it can be frustrating when we see all of the flurry of activities on either out of town or people that pouring money in the area that has on the market. But that is one of the things that we have to contend with is the law saying we have to deal with market value. So having said that,
I had back to market value, one time, 73,900.
yeah, no, I'm fine.
I paid $61,000 for the property. But I'm not making money. I'm not. That's where this I wouldn't say frustration, but my point is that I'm not sitting here trying to make money off it. And when I do, guess what? If you want to talk about capital gain tax, go ahead.
It does. We have to do what we have to do. I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2022-61, account 18006. That based on the district information, the market value needs to be lowered slightly. So we're going to reduce the property from 74,250 to 73,990.
I'll second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, close at this stage. Understand the value we signed. We'll proceed on to case ID 2022-660. Account number 69755. 1131 South Magnolia Street in Rockport. The only thing we're gonna have to do here is just swear in. So I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.67.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.67.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.
I, Ron McKinnon, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.63.
580 Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 21.66 F.
You gotta do it again, Martin.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the right paper here. So this is the same thing.
I, Martin Salazar, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the appraisal, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ray, do you have a,
All right, I request to do solemnly swear from the
you have, something, the things fine there?
Got it.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we have the same question. Would you like me to go first? Okay.
Good, great discussion.
Okay, so we're in the same location, we're right there. It's a residential property. It's on Magnolia.
Yeah.
So we are gonna talk about sales. Let's take a look. This is, comp number one is a sale on Live Oak Street in October of 21 for 346,750. Same class, slightly smaller, about the same age. Comes out at 341. Comp number two is on Live Oak Street. And it's July of 21. Same class, smaller, comes out at 343, sold for 335. Number three is on Church Street. Same class, about the same size, about the same age. Comes out at 344, sold for 316 in September 21. And comp number four, this will be the last comp on the sales, is on Magnolia Street. Sells in March of 21 for 377.5. It is larger by 400 square feet, about the same age. Comes out at 356. And now let's look at some equity. These are not sales, they're just hopefully gonna be same class, pretty same square footage in the same area. So we're in South Rockport on Magnolia, the first two, Magnolia, class fives, little bit smaller, but about the same, age is the same. And the last comp is same class, it's on Magnolia, it's the same size, same age. Rendering a value of median value of 325,897, showing us again. This time, I mean, we're high on the subject by a couple $1,000 or so. And the median value for sales is 343, showing us to be low on the subject. If you look, it's a lot of scrolling, but if you scroll down on the sales ratio of one, this is the South Rockport neighborhood. So this is Water Street to 3rd Street to Church Street to Market Street. You kind of envision that as a rectangle. Market to 3rd, 3rd's up there by those apartments that they built on the church right around that area. And then Church Street to Water, that's the box. There was 84 sales in that box in a 12-month cycle. And we're 97% accurate on the sales in that area. So we raised this area to market it based on sell activity, not because people did anything to their house, just because people are buying homes. That's it.
Martin, you have 2 minutes to ask questions.
The 84 sales and the 4 comps. What was the strategy of picking the 4 comps out of the 84 sales? I would imagine, I'm gonna answer some of your questions, but I guess to try to find the same square footage Same type of amenities, things like that. But what happens, let me ask you this, you use that data to increase valuation of the property I own, right? You use the 84 sale per month comp situation. The challenge is that if the activity of sales drops and there's not that much information and those comps are not back, the unfortunate part for me is that you don't have the opportunity to evaluate, to drop valuation based off no sales and no comps. And now I'm looking at, yeah, I understand 97% accuracy, and that's great. My first question is, what drove specifically, what drove the 4 comps out of 84 sales?
It's what you said. We have to pick what we want to match. And so if you think about it from picking a comp standpoint, South Rockport has 84 sales. So what would be really weird is if we comped outside of South Rockport. So we're comping within South Rockport, that's a given. And so now we're going to look for characteristics that are similar and try to comp square footage if we can, age if we can, and class if we can. In this particular grid, we have accomplished all 3, with the exception of comp 4 being larger by 400 square feet. So you could say that's not congruent, but that's only because the other comps spoil us.
Yeah,
Because
so that 4th comp is having an impact on the median that you came up with.
If that 4th comp wasn't there, let's just say it wasn't there, then the indicated value would be 343, 475. It would have picked the middle comp out of those other 3, which is comp number 2. So that comp being there has more to do with us wanting to put your street in the grid to at least show it, to at least show a Magnolia cell. We just want to at least put 1 in there. When you have this much data, this grid could have had 15 comps. It just would have said the same thing. Could have had, there's so much activity in South Rockport, the grid could just be endless. So
Has anybody ever thought about taking those 84 comps and then coming up with a number? I
we
understand.
do that.
I understand it's distorted.
That's how the percentage is created for increase.
So does anybody have the median of the 84 sales
Yeah.
versus just the 4? And I understand that there's different
Oh,
levels of many levels of.
no, because the
It's a
84
simple-
sales are gonna have commercial maybe and
But
land.
it's still South Rockport, it's still, you're still in that grid, right, that you talked about from 3rd to
Yeah, but
3rd.
when you took a median of that, it would be a median of the neighborhood, but you would have to break that data out in the land, commercial, residential. If you just did it as a 84, what's the median of this thing, it would be nonsense. It wouldn't tell you anything, because there's too many variables. You have to sort and then take medians, which is how you derive at market. That's how you get market, by doing exactly what you just said. But the sort has to happen first. You have to isolate.
Martin, you still have some time.
I'm okay, I'm asking, I'm none of I'm out of line for asking questions, but it's not necessary.
Fine.
How it works.
Anything else you want to add at this time?
No, we'll keep on going, go ahead, thank you.
Right?
Just that the median value, we didn't bring, the median value. I know it's just a little bit less, but it is less. And we didn't prove 327, we proved 325, so. The district's opinion is that that's the number.
So why, and I understand 84 sales, I understand sorting, and that's a wonderful Excel feature that I use quite a bit, just to
Right.
make sure I'm probably what you can do. And I'm just trying my best to figure out, dive into the subjectivity, sometimes subjectivity of that sort process and going into just those 3 to 4. And I'm just thinking, yes, you want to pull into Magnolia, yes, you want to pull into square footages, but that's the 4 that were picked. We're still very subjective on y'all's part, and I'm curious, and I understand this is not I am not poking at you, because you sound like a very strong professional, and I want to learn more from you as we move through this process. But the idea of picking those three feel like you are looking for the evidence to validate your comment. And that's why I asked about the 84 comps. Is there something in there that would validate my basically protest to reduce it? Because we keep on using the medium and but we're using the medium on 3 comps that y'all picked.
Sure, but those 3 comps are extremely congruent.
Completely your subjective opinion. So that's
No, no, no.
perfectly fine.
That's okay, but I mean, someone else could make the opinion too, because they're the same class, they're almost exactly the same size, and they're almost exactly the same age. Then you just have to ask yourself, is it reasonable for someone to have a house in South Rockport and sell it for $325,000? Is that a reasonable thing? And what I'm saying is the data says it's reasonable. The data says it's reasonable, and we can go through the sales of it. But what we're going to find is there's class 6 homes, class 7 homes, class 4 homes, and then the data is going to start to look funny. The adjustments are going to be big. It's going to be comparing your house to a house that's 2,500 square feet, or your house to there's an 800 square foot house in there that's sold. And so it's going to do all this weird stuff and create lots of adjustments. And we're going to arrive at the same number, or we're going to arrive at a heavily adjusted number.
Martin, anything else?
This is probably something by no means, this is something different because I'm trying to figure out my square footages and trying to figure out the detail of how each type or classification of where covered versus living. And I don't see the map, but I don't.
It's on the property card, Mark.
I have it.
Yeah, so
It's on your card and I have my statement as well.
well, it's on that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I have the exact same information right here.
So it's all broken down in there, and this is us, if you take this neighborhood adjustment out, this is essentially cost, Marshall and Swift cost. Just saying that this is $158,380 worth of material, which is crazy in today's world. This isn't updated to what you buy at Lowe's right now. This is like 1999. But what we have to do with that number is multiply it times a market adjustment. And in your neighborhood, we multiply that number times 1.6 to get.
Oh, sorry.
To get 253,410 plus your land value to get 327. That's what captures market. Not all we have is cost, which is not market. The appraisal district's task is market value. So that's how it's done. There's no adjustments in here. There's no goofiness. There's depreciation. There's nothing being pushed up. We haven't added any years to your house. We haven't done anything. It's just a straight calculation at this point. There is an adjustment in your land because we put an adjustment on corner lots because we believe that being able to see the water down the street is worth 10% more on the land. So it's a 67,500 times 1.1 to arrive at 74,250, showing the difference between an interior lot and a corner lot.
Okay, everybody's time is up, except for the ARB, has 5 minutes now.
Can I, Jackie, find out what the neighborhood adjustment was? Or you're figuring it out. I want to give you some information that may help you now as well as if you come back in the future. She's
1.46.
Thank you. And can we look at the sales bid, one of the first page sales bid?
Yep.
And this goes to part of how the challenge is on using that sales ratio report, which has all the sales. And they span across all the different kinds of properties and houses improvements. What Ray indicated is their choice. What they try and do is choose comps that have similar land value, similar quality values, like the 5FB The 5 is a relative level of quality between 1 and 7. The FB is the kind of material, fiberboard and so on. So they try and choose things that are similar there and things that are similar in living area. Now, having said that, there are still differences between 2 different properties side by side. And that's where you get into the challenge of the pluses and minuses. Okay. Where you have 1,400 square feet green area, this one had 1,269, so they've got to add $8,000 to make this comp equivalent to that comp, just on that item. And it goes through each one of those elements and either adds or subtracts value, so that at the end of the day, in this grid, in this comp grid, you have apples and apples. Okay. And that's where the challenge is if we try and use the sales ratio report is each of those elements, each of those sales would need to be adjusted, which would be extremely difficult because trying to compare an 800 square foot house to a 1,400 square foot house just becomes more and more challenging. Anyway, hopefully that makes, as you look at the stuff in the future, if you get, if you were to come back, they did send you this information, I believe. Okay. And it might help you understand how they arrived at what they did, as well as to give you a sense of if you're going to go through and present in evidence comparisons to other properties, both land-wise and improvement-wise, that these are the kinds of things that may help make a case.
I think the district has proved their case in market value, but in equity value, they're high. So we adjustment there to 325, 70, which is what the equity value is.
9,897, right? 325, 897,
I have 987.
987. Transfer.
So
I have
890.
325, 890, 3.
you have to go.
It was in the equity, right?
Equity, so but put on the equity if you would.
325, 890.
897, yeah.
Yeah, so I went 325.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. How about 325, 890?
Anybody else has?
Can we go back to the valuation where you added 1.2 for a quarter lot? I think I'm trying to figure out what it was at.
I think we can't do that at this point, but past the one time we can have.
Well, the only reason I'm saying is because in the previous discussion, you went for a lot, you have the exact same lot, exact same order, that y'all decided just minutes ago to go from 74,250 to 73,990. And now you're using the 74,250 on this exact same property for this valuation. If you changed it on the other one, why can't the change happen on the equation for this piece of property?
We didn't, that wasn't brought up in discussion, so we will continue with that.
But it's evident in the documents.
So,
That's on the
I have to
previous
look
case.
at that. We can, well, it will never go up.
I was giving you the opportunity to explain it, and I was waiting to try to share that with you. Sorry.
No, I'm good with 325.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, if I read 2022, 69755. The district improved, that market value is correct on this property, however, the equity value is not, and therefore needs to be lowered. So we're going to reduce the value on the property from 327,660 to 325,890.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are you opposed? We understand the new value that we.
I don't agree with the idea of not, I didn't want to challenge y'all's discussion. Considering the fact that the 73,990 versus the 74,250 is an issue for me. Because every penny counts.
Okay. And you do have the right to appeal. And that will be included in the determination package that you receive.
I understand that you're a third party, and I understand that, of course, by no means am I saying this. Ray in the, thank you, without Ray in the room, and ma'am, I give you all credit, thank you for, whether it's a voluntary situation or you're getting paid for it, you're bringing your experience and you're bringing your time to what I feel is a pretty good process now that I've been through it. So I commend all of you all for what you're doing. Thank you for your professionalism, and I hope that you felt that my explanations were as professional as I could, because I do have quite a bit of experience, like we all do with gray hair, to bring to the
Noticed.
Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now I got bear carrying a couple weeks.
So now you know how it's done.
A little bit, I don't have the capacity of what, or the professional insight that the appraisal district has available to them. I don't, all these different comps, I don't have
You
that.
can go on there on the county appraisal, district information. You can get
It'll be in
all
your
that on
packet
the-
that they all
It's
started
already
with.
sent to you. I don't know about their county.
We'll see what happens with it.
Yeah, the sales ratio report will be in the back of your packet that the CAD sends you, and that's every sale that's in that neighborhood.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Right.
Have a good day. All right.
There is, but I don't know.
Telephone maybe.
Okay, that's it.
We're good. That's it. All right.
I'll see y'all back at 1:30.
I just wonder how we're ever gonna get these kind of, squad. Things, with whoever gets me having, everybody show up, good. Hello, Scott? Is this Scott?
There we go. Are you here?
Scott?
Yeah.
This is Scott. Hi, Scott. This is the appraisal review board calling for your, protest hearing. Perfect. You ready for us? Well, are you ready for us?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, Scott, we're gonna go through and swear in on all 8, we show 8 accounts that are under protest. So that way we only have to go through the information.
Right. I actually had a question about that. Is there any way possibly that I could withdraw some of them that we were protesting?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just realized based off yesterday and some other things with our evidence that it's probably worth our time to only do, I think, 4 of them.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and let us know now, if you can, which ones you do not want to do.
Okay, that's fine. So the first one that I don't want to do is 31623.
Hold on a second while we find them on our sheets.
Okay, that's case ID 666.
Right.
31623, is that it?
3162.
Yes.
Okay, we got that one.
Okay, I also don't want to do 31664.
Okay,
And then the next 2 are,
Hold on,
sorry, here it is.
It's right under the photo. Okay, okay, I see it. Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
And the next one's 31302.
Okay, we're ready, next.
And the last one is going to be 31303.
yeah. Okay, and just to double check, now I'm gonna go through the ones that we are gonna do.
Okay.
So we're gonna do 31429.
Correct.
We're gonna do 44140.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do 8817601,
Correct.
and we're gonna do 31469.
Yes.
Okay, hang on one
Should
second.
be there. It should be.
Does he need to do?
Yeah, tell him we're going to send him withdrawals through the portal.
Okay, so our district rep here said that they will be sending you withdrawal paperwork through the portal.
Okay.
Okay,
You should almost have them all.
Yeah, that should be signed and sent back.
yep, and you need to sign them and send it back.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, great.
Thank
So-
you for telling me that. I didn't know that.
We are going to commence a series of hearings that I will open each one individually. And identify each one with their characteristics. This hearing is being recorded. And let's see, all of these were online, so I think that's easy from a.
You want me to
Yeah.
What I can see, there are a few 1, 2. Hold on a second. They're all.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to use to offer your feedback about your experience today. And that can be accessed online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. I believe there's also a survey form that will be included in the determination package if you would like to use the form. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I assume that we have all of your evidence that you will be using today.
Yes.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case IDs 2022-635, 2022-639, 2022-641, and 2022-644.
I got copies, swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F in relation to cases.
I was using.
Case number 639, I'm sorry, 635, 639, 641.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F for case number 635, 639, 641, and 644.
I, Ronald Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F on relationship 2022-635, 639, 641, and 644.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F in reference to case number 635, 639, 641, and 644.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I'm assuming that since we do have signed and notarized affidavits from you, that you are in fact under oath for these hearings.
Yes, that's right.
I, Ian Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Scott, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, that would have been a good trick if you had done that since yesterday. You answered the same way. Okay, and do you have a copy of our time limits page, the hearing procedure times?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. We'll step you through as we get to each section and let you know how much time you have allotted for the various parts of the hearing.
Great.
And do you have the choice of whether you would like the district to go first or the or for you to go first?
Okay. The district can go first.
Okay, great. So we are commencing a hearing on case IDs 2022-635, account number 31429, 218 Marion Drive in Rockport.
Okay, great. The property ID is 31429. This is a vacant lot in the country club. The address is 218 Marion. The property was purchased in 2021 and we do not know for how much. We don't know what was paid for the property. By the current owner. The value in 2021 is 58,660. This year is noticed at 58,660. The land table did not change the property year over year. You can see on the picto, it's kind of on a corner, or at least on a curve. And fairway. Yeah, so there's no fairway adjacent to this. It's just a street and some houses. The comps you can see are on Peachtree, Augusta, and Trailer. If you look at the price per square foot there, because they're, the sale prices, the totals are gonna be different depending on how big those different lots are. One sold for an indicated value of $4.74 a foot. Next one for $3.85 a foot. And the third one for $4.17. Our current value for this parcel is $4 a foot. So the indicated median value, and made to be like the subject, which pretty much all there is to adjust for it size here, is $62,377. If it was to sell like the 3 examples here. It's above our notice. The equity grid is other properties. These are going to also be vacant lots. These are all on Marion. Yeah, they're all in the same neighborhood. S5212 is Country Club, and MAR is on Marion. So we're kind of using the neighborhood to create a group of properties there, and they're all on the same land table. This thing's just adjusting it based on flat numbers, but this thing's just on the Marion land table. If you go back up to the property card, you can see it's at $4 a foot, and there's no adjustment. There's a little comment saying lot has 2 sides and a curve on the front. There's nothing special about this thing. It's just on the land table. That's it. For evidence.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. What?
Scott, you have 2 minutes to ask any questions and cross-examine, and 5 minutes for your presentation. 7 minutes.
Okay, I have one question. Sure. I actually know how much the property was purchased for, but I didn't include that in my evidence.
Okay, is it less than 58,660?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't have any problem with putting it whatever you paid for it, assuming it was bought on the open market and you didn't buy it from your brother or something, right?
Right, well, I'm representing my boss and I'm not exactly sure what the transaction looked like. I just know how much you paid for it.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so I'll start with that. So he purchased it about a year ago in May for $41,000. And we were just arguing that the property was worth less because of a couple of reasons. One primarily is that it backs up to a trailer park. And so there's just some connotations, I guess, and some people, I guess, don't want to live in the country club and also back up to the trailer park. And also there's a set of power lines that runs alongside of the property. And also have one comp to present. And the account number is 31092.
It is evidence.
And that lot is a little bit bigger, but it's actually valued a little bit less. And I felt like they were similar. I think it also has power lines running along one side of that property as well.
We pull those up and see what they are.
Jackie, maybe you can see the picture on.
Sorry, we're sending it to the.
3109.
Henderson.
Anderson.
So Marion's over. See.
You have more time, Scott, if you'd like to continue.
That's pretty much all that I have.
Okay. And then you have 4 minutes.
I don't really have too much to add. I'll say the power lines being next to it, I don't think is a problem. I mean, it's better to have power lines next to you and have electricity in your house than the alternative. But the thing was purchased last year. That's good information.
What did you say was purchased?
You said it was purchased for 41, right?
Yes, that's correct. I think it was May, sometime in May last year.
Yeah, the deed date ended up being in June, but yeah, it's probably in May. The thing was
Oh, okay.
agreed to. It takes a while to get filed.
Okay.
There's the subject right there. And there's the.
Scott, you have a couple of minutes. If there's anything else you want to add or ask any questions?
Let me think for a second. No, I don't think I have much else to add.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-mm.
Aaron, anything?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is we don't know all the details. Like you said, we don't know the details of why this thing's purchased for 41,000. Is that, I mean, it might be totally great, awesome, open market purchase. We don't know. Or maybe it was purchased as part of a bigger deal, buying a lot of different stuff at the same time from the same people. I don't know. But it's a good single point of data. It just has no context right now. But I think,
Right.
I think that it definitely happened. I don't think, I'm not doubting that it happened. I'm just saying it's one thing.
Well, I don't know, do you have anything else you want to add or are we done with your comments? Scott? Anything?
The only other thing is, sorry, the only other thing is that it's a little bit of a odd shape to build on, I think, just because it's on the curve, but I'm not sure how that affects the value.
All right. Is that it?
Yes.
Anything? Okay. ARB has 5 minutes to discuss.
Damon, I got a quick question for you.
Sure.
As I'm looking at the property cards. It does show, the gross value and a 0.75 adjust, although the mass adjust was 1.0. What is that first adjustment?
Raising?
On the property card for the land segment? I'm reading the product, got $4 a foot, gross value 77,260, and then it says
I think
adjust.
you might be on the wrong.
Yeah.
Am I on the wrong property?
Yes.
The PID on that card should be 3142.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
sorry. I am on the wrong.
Nobody has anything else to say. We'll go to the ARB for 5 minutes. I realize that they paid 41,000 for it, but it still shows that the average median equity values were one equal, the equity is equal to what it's currently assessed for, and the market is higher by
Yes.
$4,000.
Yes.
thereabouts. I think it's probably fine with this.
I agree. I agree.
All right, I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2022-635, count 31429, 218 Marion Drive, address the market value, ratio exceeding the from payroll. In both cases, the property is certainly within the guidelines of next to below the numbers. Someone to recommend meeting and evaluate.
I second
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Continue on to case number, case ID 2022-636, count. Yeah, thank you. How about we do case ID 2022-639? Account 44140,
Yes.
which is the one I have open on my tablet right now.
It's on page 6, the bottom one.
Oh, okay. 44140.
Okay, Scott, would you like the district to go first, or would you like to go first?
You guys can go first again.
Okay, this is account 44140. It is another vacant property in the country club, kind of on the fringe of the country club, but the very back. This is 427 Olympic. This actually is, it adjoins Coastal Oaks Church. Yeah. That's the church, that's Olympic.
Okay.
It's 3036.
Right. This property was, we're under the impression that this thing was purchased for $56,610. It was noticed at $57,950. So we are $1,000 over what we believe is the purchase price. And, but you know, maybe we'll know what this one is too. Picto, and then on the sales grid, the comps are on Augusta, Henderson, and Lakewood. Also in the country club, they're vacant lots. You can see the sale prices for those are 50,000, 73,000, and 120,000 prices per square foot. It's 385, 435, and 541. You see the subject to that $3. It's because it is on the perimeter land table, which is the outermost land table, and it has an adjustment for built into it. It says for being adjacent to the rear property. It's backed up against, you know, a church, a busy church. It's not a, you know, it's not woods behind it. A lot of the other stuff on the perimeter land table is just raw land. There for a really long time. Let's see here. The equity grid, we have other property there on Augusta. This is on Olympic. The comps we're looking for vacant. Again, it's just on the land table. The best way to find equity for your land is it on a land table, or is there anything funky going on? The thing has a negative adjustment. So if anything, it's going to be less than the other stuff per square foot. It has a unique adjustment to it. That's it. Oh, and I guess before, you know, do you know what the purchase price was for this thing? Was it less than what we noticed it at?
No, I think you're correct. It was around what you said, yes.
Okay. Yes. No.
Scott, you have 4 minutes, I'm sorry, 7 minutes, if you have information you want to talk about.
Sure. I actually just have a question about the adjustments that you guys mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't fully understand how that works, but what I understood you to say was basically that it's already been adjusted because it's next to the Coastal Oaks Church.
Yeah, the note for the adjustment says economic for adjacent rear property. So an economic obsolescence is a reduction in value from something the property owner cannot control. They can't do anything about the
Right.
performance of the property. That's where it's coming from.
Right, okay. I mean, that honestly was one of my primary concerns, along with the Rockport Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, which is also along there. also, once again, a somewhat irregularly shaped lot. And I found two comps that I feel like were similar. And one is actually on Olympic as well. And it's at property ID 44134.
Right here.
Both of these properties are, oh, sorry. Both of these properties are off of the fairway. They're around 1,000 square feet different. But the property values were significantly different. I think the 415 I have was listed at 25,360.
Look at the land segment in that one.
Hold on a second, Scott. There's
The one
pictures
you
of
was just
that
asking.
one, yeah.
Okay.
Really different per square foot, but there's no notes on that. Oh, I see. So that property had. Who's the owner of that?
Rockport Connected by the street.
You gotta be kidding me. Go to the deeds and sales, really? That's unbelievable. This property is a developer discount. The thing still has, it's never sold to anybody. This thing was originally platted and set up for the country club and it's never changed hands, so it's still under a developer discount. So they're only at 35% of what it would be, but it's $4 a foot otherwise. The other one has been sold. Yes, right. So that's why that one's lower. It's, they got a developer discount.
Okay.
Do you know what a developer discount is? I don't want to be presumptuous.
No.
That's right here.
It's a tax, it's essentially a tax abatement given to encourage development by taxing units. They say we'll offer a developer discount to people who meet certain criteria. And it's so that people who are turning raw land into livable homes don't have enormous risk whenever they're holding the property for sale. But it's just it's an arbitrary adjustment that we are not in control of. If it meets the criteria, it gets, and the amount of the adjustment is based on the intensity of development. So that's all it is.
Okay.
It's essentially like a legal program from, to encourage development. This place looks like it's been developed for a long time, but for some, this lot has never sold to anyone.
Right. I'm just trying to understand because I feel like that's essentially what my boss does. He typically turns land into livable homes for people.
Yeah, I actually asked about that. But you have to be the original developer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I actually asked about that earlier today. Good question.
Okay. The only other, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, that's fine, you're fine.
We had one more, I have one more comp, but it's actually, the same one that we looked at earlier. And hold on, sorry. It's at, property ID 31092 that we just looked at. So the other case.
You want to see that again?
Yeah, I would, oh, great. See what the comparison.
We have the subject probably.
That's what.
Okay, that is the subject property way over
Okay,
here.
that's the
Okay.
No, the subject is
Right there, okay.
church.
Okay.
31092 is gonna be.
We're over here, Henderson.
What street is it?
Henderson.
Probably not really.
Yeah, okay.
But do not. This is probably the economy of size of this thing. The whole thing. These corner lots.
Is that Walmart in front of it?
General.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then the,
That's.
Yeah. so the, it's because that one's in the corner, the one that you're looking at, and you just mentioned as a comp, the reason it's less is because these things on this perimeter table, the way this thing's laid out, the ones that are in the corner end up having a lot more square footage, because they're like pie shaped. But the value of a lot in the country club is really driven off of your ability to stick a home on it. And those extra feet in the back, especially in these little corners, they don't contribute very much value to the lots. So that's something we had to deal with. Two things, if you're interested, if you're in the country club for a lot of these, is those little corners on the perimeter are not going to be the same per square foot as the rest of the perimeter. But also the entire country club is kind of normalizing in value. There used to be huge discrepancies between like what was on the edge and what was closer inside and what was on the fairway and what wasn't, and it's starting to really flatten out. The higher value ones are growing slower, the lower value ones are increasing faster. The only reason for the discrepancy there is it's essentially size. It's a big old lot that only has one house on it.
Right. I understand that. I just feel like this, the property that, we're protesting is also not shaped ideally for building a home on. So maybe that it's square foot or it's extra, lot size doesn't add to its value that much either.
You want to see it again?
Like it's along this curve and there's like sections of this lot that I feel like you definitely could not use to build a house on.
Yeah, no, I agree. My thing is, to what extent is the fact that it's next to other properties with parking lots and traffic, that it has a funky little tail built onto it. It's in the back end of the country club. Is that better or worse? I don't know. As far as figuring out what that's worth, the best thing to look at would be what it was paid for. So, I mean, we're $1,000 off what was paid for it. I would say that says our adjustment might be $1,000 off. That's pretty much it.
56,610, is that correct?
Looks like right.
Yeah, again, economic. Just.
Scott, do you have anything else you want to add? Minute, two?
No, I think that's it.
ARB has 5 minutes to discuss.
5616.
It's a weird one. 56. Yeah, but it's not that bad. You look at one area that is. Yeah, I know. It's just a little silly. Yeah. Okay, anybody got a computer with that file? All right, we're going to motion on case ID 2022-639, account 44140, 427.5. In conversations with the district and protester, addressing incorrect market value, appraisal ratio, appraisal,
the appraisal review board of opinion that they will accept the purchase price as indicated by the protester of $56,610.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, let's move on to case ID. Now, we're gonna move out of the country club, for this case. So this is case ID 2022-641. Count number 8817601. Scott, would you like the district to go first?
Yeah.
Eight 8817601. Another vacant, lot in this time it's in Spanish Woods. It was purchased in 22, so a couple months ago. And we don't have the price on that one. Last year it was noticed at 32,000, or certified at 32,280. This year it was noticed at 36,720. Yeah, just a small adjustment happened, I guess, there in Spanish Woods. Sales. So the sales we got, this is 115 LCID, the first comp is 102 LCID. The subject is 13,800 square feet, comp is 19,200. They paid 58 grand for it, that's 304 a foot. The subject is noticed at 265 a foot. That seems like a pretty strong sale. That's just one data point. And then comp 2 is 209 Spanish Woods Drive, indicate the value of 235 a foot. 112 North Santa Clara, 259 a foot, and 108 North Sierra Woods, 244. So the subject is indicating a median weighted value per square foot of 260, which shows a $700 downward adjustment from what it was noticed at. So based on, the one sale on LCID, it should be more, but based on the corpus of sales in all of Spanish Woods, it's within the margin of error, so it's not a problem for us. We're doing the math appraisal, but it's $700. The equity grid shows. This is just on, again, it's just going to be on a line table. So this is on, as 5,700, that's going to be Spanish Woods, 265 a foot. There's no adjustments on it. Everything that's on that's in that little neighborhood that has land, that's going to be their land. We're going to do 265 a foot. And I guess I'll ask, was this thing purchased for less than 36,720?
I looked, it was purchased around the market value.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It wasn't drastically different though.
No.
All right, Scott, you have 7 minutes for any questions and presentation. Anything you want to add or ask?
No, I will add something. Just composing myself.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna add in a second. Primarily, my boss was concerned because at this property, it's been really difficult to build a home because there's a lot of wells in this area, and I guess he has been struggling because he wants to install a septic system there, and he can't because of, I guess, some restrictions between well distances, something to that regard. But primarily I have 2 comps that I feel like presenting. And so the first comp that I have is copy ID 53744. And this is another property, I think maybe 2 or 3 streets over, and it's a little bit smaller, maybe 2,000 square feet smaller, but it's valued at 29,370.
Here's this.
And I felt like they were similar lot. And my other comp is property ID 33949.
So it was 33549, is it should?
No.
It's actually 33949.
339.
Right, it's really close to the other one. And this one's just slightly larger than our property and is valued at 30,060.
That one.
Hold on a second, Scott, we're just looking at some information on the computer.
Sure, no problem.
It's an effective sideline or something.
It does, yeah. So I must own the one next to it.
Yeah, so the first one is the same, it's 265 a foot. The second one is owned contiguously with a bunch of other stuff. It's not something next to it, so it has an effective size that's much bigger. It's the same thing, it's just it's a big lot with one house on it.
Scott, you have more time if you have any other comments or questions?
Oh, sorry, I'll also just comment on something. I have heard that people have trouble putting septic systems in Spanish Woods. I don't know exactly what the details are of it, but it sounds like it's just kind of expensive. For whatever reason, maybe the way it's set up is a little weird or something. But I have heard that people buy lots in Spanish Woods and then they're like, man, putting a septic in here costs more than it would other places. But it's kind of how they all are. I think it has something to do with either how Spanish Woods is set up or maybe I don't know, do they have an HOA that has some rules about it? I don't know what it is. You're not the first person I've heard that from.
Okay, Scott,
I appreciate it.
the minute yourself, you have anything else you want to say?
I don't think so.
Okay. Anything else you want to add in? All right, guess we're down to closing. Scott, if you have a minute for closing?
Sure, I just think that primarily, like I said before, that his main concern was with the septic system, which I understand partially like the property owner's responsibility, but at the same time, like you mentioned, it is seemingly more expensive in this area.
Okay. Damon? Scott, that's it for you? You done?
Yep, yes.
All right, then the ARB has 5 minutes to discuss.
I'm not familiar with Spanish Wood.
It's actually up 36.
Right.
36 right here.
Before you pass the bypass. you turn-
It's after you pass. There's the bypass right there.
Okay, I know where it is. Okay,
It's a big area.
yeah, I know where it is. I just wanted to confirm that's 12.
Down 10 on the
I think based on that.
Yeah.
36,080, 36,081, so 36,080.
Oh, just to clarify the first thing.
I think that was the sales rate. Okay, all right, I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2022-641, count 8817601. Address the incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the level appraisal. Based on evidence presented by the district, finding that the market value is in fact lower than what the property is currently noted for. Therefore, we would like to reduce its that value, which is $36,080.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It carries.
Rod, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-644. Count number 31469. 206 Forest Hill. Country Rock Park. It's in the country club, yeah.
Am I going first again?
Scott,
Yes.
you okay?
Okay, this is account 31469. Said vacant land of the country club, single lot. It was purchased in 2021, and we don't have a price for that. It was noticed or certified last year at 73,980. This year it was noticed at 77,760. It's on the fairway, so it's on an on fairway lane table. The unit price is $7.20 a foot. There are no special adjustments on that stuff.
You bring up that picture again. Where is it on the fairway?
Back.
Yeah.
It's landed their yard.
Okay, so the sales grid is going to be other properties. Let's see if we got any of these that are. Oh, it looks like we got some fairways sales. We've got to. So we've got indicated value for these things at $745 a foot, $861 a foot, $627 and $693. So these are going to be comparable sales. That's where our numbers come from, as far as the $720 a foot. Just what we're seeing in terms of what things are worth for the on fairway lots. People like to look at the golf course. The weighted median is $79,012, which is $2,000 over our notice value. And the equity grid is going to just be other vacant properties, these are on Augusta and Champion, but again, it's just going to be adjusting based on whole dollars. These things are also on fairway vacant lots, looks like. But this thing's just on the same land table and everything around it. So they're all 720 foot. And I guess I'll ask again. We've got a nice routine going. Did this property get purchased for less than 77,760?
Not significantly, no.
Okay.
You said no. You said no, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Eamon has finished with district at the moment. Scott, you have 7 minutes if you need them.
Sure. I think our primary concern with this property is that this street is actually an access point for an apartment complex that's just a couple of houses over. So there's just some increased traffic flow in this area. And I think that makes it worth a little bit less. And I also have a comp, and it's actually one of our other properties that we own, and it's at property ID 31302.
Give us a second.
That's a much better location.
What was the what were you bringing up with the other plot?
It was at, it's 207 Doral.
Yep.
It's valued at, sorry. It's valued at 68,240.
Is that right? Yeah. Yep, it is. It's just a different size. They're both 720 a foot.
Square footage difference. Yeah, just the only difference there is it's a different size lot.
It's bigger, smaller.
It's smaller. Really small, it's a little bit small. Yeah, that makes it looks like a funny shape. Yeah, better. A lot of private. Yeah, I mean, there's, as far as equity goes, they're both 720 a foot.
Hey, Scott, have any other information you want to talk about?
Yeah. I just think that 207 Doral is a much nicer lot. One, like I said, there's not as much traffic, it's just a cul-de-sac. And it also, I feel like it's in a better location, but I'm not sure.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Amy? No. All right, Scott, are you want to go on 1 minute closing, or are you going to want to add?
I'm ready.
All right, anything, or you have 5 minutes to discuss?
Get the property card for 31470.
Oh, next to this one.
Yeah.
Which one are you looking at?
31470. Yeah, I just want to see what things done with the land.
On fairway.
Yeah, I know. It's same unit price and no adjustments that I can see. Okay,
What is it at?
720 foot.
No, value of 77. Same as it, 776. 777.
Yeah.
So is what theirs is.
Yeah.
However, are you both are. Amy and Scott, you're not, we're not ARB behind it.
No, that was.
Yeah, that's great.
No, I'm sorry, Scott. No, we have two Scotts here, you and one of the ARB members, so I'm sorry. It's getting Scott ARB member.
I have nothing.
I don't either.
Well, I kind of think that a lot that Scott is very true, is way better lot.
Yeah,
Better location, better everything, better fairway view at 68-240.
but it's priced exactly the same. It's 720
Okay,
foot.
I'll measure the square, it's a bigger lot.
Yeah,
so.
his lot is 10,800. And that one you were thought was more nice was 9,400. So.
The sales bridge shows 71,122. This is below what the sales bridge. So I think that I'm comfortable with 7776.
All right, on case ID 2022, yeah, 644, account 31469. The address is market value. Here's where it goes, see the market appraisal. And then it's information within the market district, protester. It's the continuing ARP, the price noted at 77,760.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay,
That's it, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
I will thank you guys, I appreciate your time.
you'll get the determination packages in the mail here shortly.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's. That's okay, it's not you. First, we're gonna take a break, and then we have an affidavit. One affidavit, which we should knock out quickly before we find something else.
I can go look at it.
Oh, no, why don't you have some candy?
I will pack this up now. This is
Oh,
all
my
my.
God.
I'll pack this together for you. It's coming.
So this app, well, yeah, she gave us the case listing, it's 702.
Yeah, the very bottom one.
Yes.
Oh, June 7th, morning only. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, that can change.
That's right.
That is, it's,
The morning's on.
Are you doing,
20. Yes, I will.
Oh.
The next one, yeah, you've got it right, so yeah. So yeah, that's fine.
Oh, well.
Then we also have something in 7.
True.
You want to do that all day? Or just wait?
You're around, it's what it,
We'll get there.
yeah. We'll sort that as we move on.
what's this?
Then the following day, we'll do the single member panel.
Okay. Yeah.
Or if you were a computer scientist, it's be a symmetric multi-processing.
So just the 8:30 is, on June 21st, right?
Yes. 8:30, yeah.
Do the recommendation
we're using one.
No, it's all day.
I think
Is
it's
it
gonna
all
be
day?
all day, yeah.
Oh, all day, okay.
She just noted.
The days of single member.
So the 21st. And
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
That's a promise.
But it looks like Tuesday will be the morning will be the recommendations and then the afternoon like.
so explain this to me.
We're gonna have.
Sure. The
Am I
21st,
correct then?
all day.
Yeah.
Is it just at 8:30 they're doing this?
Yeah, the 8:30 docket is just going to be going over the single member of the day before.
And so we show up for the 10 o'clock.
No, you need to be here all day.
All day on the.
That's why it says all day. Because remember, he had
Oh, that's
to tell y'all everything that happened,
Oh.
and then y'all had to make a decision.
8:30 to review and then
So-
10 we go into the.
So Monday the 20th and Wednesday the 22nd, are single member
Yes.
panel.
Yes.
But only Scott.
Yes.
So Tuesday and Thursday come like normal.
And then
Tuesday and Thursday.
the 27th, we have a single member panel. What day do we
So,
review
I
that?
have
It doesn't say here. It would probably be the next
I'll
day.
get the-
You don't need to come on that day. We'll be there. On what day?
Oh, Monday.
Because you're on, yeah, the 20th, that's fine. It's only Scott.
So only Scott shows up.
Yeah,
Okay, I got
Tuesday and Thursday, I want you here.
it.
Not the rest of it, just.
Yeah.
No.
Just a name, don't confuse.
I heard it.
Okay.
I heard it.
But you've got a single member panel here and then we'll review. 8:30. Okay, yeah.
Wednesday, we're not here.
Wednesday, what?
What Wednesday?
The 22nd,
We are not here. Scott is.
the 23rd, we're here.
Yes.
Correct. You're not here.
Where you going, Ron? We can't go anywhere.
No, you can't.
Somebody's called me twice. They may want to buy some.
So June the 27th, only Scott shows up.
Right. And
The 28th,
We use regular day.
Scott shows up.
Yeah.
28th.
And after that, we should be done with
The
this.
29th, everybody, and the 30th, everybody.
Yeah, and July 1st.
What do I have?
That one day.
And that's PNA. It's a Friday.
That's Richard Madden.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. We didn't get to, oh yeah, June. July. I'm working on it. Yes, okay. Saturday is Art Fest. I have to work there. Anybody wants to?
Okay.
Come see me. I'm selling t-shirts. Yes.
We have a Saturday sometime.
Oh, not the second.
We did that in July. Like the first and second, for the second one in July, the first is 4th of July.
In, yeah, July 9th, I have the on
Yes,
Saturday,
that's gonna be our one Saturday.
July 9th.
I don't think we have anybody on there yet.
Thanks for this. I appreciate it.
That was Val, all Val.
Thanks, Val. The lights when you're.
It's always.
All right, then what are we doing now?
It's going to be. It's like 2022-702.
At 3 o'clock, right?
Bottom of page 3 on the left hand. Just
704.
70439.
Yeah, you
No, they said.
Thank you, Val, for doing this.
I was giving you credit where credit was due.
3 o'clock.
So did Val do it or did you?
She did.
Beth?
They're just making sure I was saying.
Just Beth,
I'm
right?
there.
And you're
Jackie.
Jackie, Beth, and Val,
Mhm.
and Eamon.
I like it. It was Tammy.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
I know. I was thinking.
I'm gonna get more compliments
Yeah,
on this.
you Yeah, we all
You
in
all-
sync.
Okay, and this is
3 o'clock.
on 704.
It's just an affidavit.
70439.
Yeah, but Amy's gonna do a lot of reading.
And it's on the 3 o'clock on your tab.
I got that one.
If you're gonna be here for an hour reading this,
Did we take a break already or now take a break?
you can take a break. Go ahead.
You like.
Don't go out the front door.
That's right, they won't allow me. When I saw a back door.
That's fine. Oh, no, don't do that one. And we have to keep an eye on her.
Did somebody break the back door already?
No.
It's got an alarm on it, I'm sure.
No alarm.
When we escape.
Let's see. Got structured.
Where?
1428 North Vernon.
At Lamar?
Here in Rockport. Well, Lamar units went, that's how I got moved.
Fire.
All 3 apartments,
What happened?
structured fire. 1428 North Vernon.
Where's that?
Right back over here.
What happened? Fire?
Structure fire.
It doesn't give a lot of information.
No, it just tells you how to get there.
That's what we need. I watch a fire.
When I grew up in New York, we lived in a town called Aransas, Westchester County. And the fire station, which was a volunteer fire department, was down in town, and they had a huge horn.
Oh.
Huge what?
Horn,
Oh, okay.
and when there was a fire, there were codes that they would blow on the horn. You could tell the volunteers where the fire was. But then the one we all remember was three honks 3 times in a row, which meant that no school today, snow day.
That's the one you're on?
And then when you hear that, you just.
Yeah, somewhere.
roll over.
Somewhere
You know,
here.
my check now, when you just fix it out, you get an alert, it gives you the map.
Oh, that's
And
nice.
then in every fire truck is like that, sitting there. And it's always got.
All these trees.
But it doesn't tell you where the fire hydrant is. You gotta find them.
Oh, shit. Like that.
There's like,
Some places probably.
and if they work,
Oh, my goodness.
They are very well.
not all of them.
I think they test, they check, I would think so.
Lead district, as far as they're concerned, they're flush valves.
Really?
Okay, let's get rolling.
Let's roll, rock and roll.
All right, we are commencing a hearing on. Well, it didn't hit her. Case ID 2022-702. Count number 70439. 1803 South Dowdy Street in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. And let's verify under protest. is-
Market and.
Okay, thank you. Well, I said this hearing is being recorded. This hearing is being recorded, okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. The protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester in the determination package that they will receive in the mail after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit, and we're just doing a quick check. And
Seems to be.
yep, and we've got a good affidavit that's signed, notarized, and so on. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest, and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanna Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron McGann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Berg, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 21.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I am Roberto solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present in the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I will read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record.
Thank you.
This is sets from Adam T. Messaloni, his wife, K.Y. Care of Bill Dennison and Company, 1305 West 11th Street, number 4011, Houston, Texas, 77008. Phone number 1-800-918-3502. Support at BillDennison.com. The property is 1803 South Dowdy Street, Rockport, Texas, 78382. Legal is Manning, block 218, lot 1 to 4 and 9 to 12 in the closing valley. Reasons for protest selected is incorrect appraised market value and or value for equal compared with other properties. Section 4, it says there's 2 pages of evidence included with this affidavit. Section 5 states, see attached report indicating a value of $294,719 based on income approach to value. Hearing type selected is I do not intend to appear at hearing in person, but by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used by at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And signed in Guadalupe County by Julian Ball. Julian Ball signed it on May 31st. All right. And 2022 opinion of value is a description of the property. It says it has a building area of 7,277 square feet. It's in Manning Cove South, which is south of South Rockport. Near-ish to Cove Harbor. It's that kind of residential area there. All right. It says that their ARB notice value is $345,900, and they're suggesting a value of $294,719. The income analysis is on the last page, page 2. All right, let me take a look at this. Restates the property description, says it was built in the year 2002. There's a comment here. Okay, so there's a market rate of $5 a foot is what's being provided as far as rent. It says that there is 7,277 square feet of gross building area and net rentable. So they're the same. So it's $5 a foot. They're giving 90% stabilized occupancy. And I will point out they haven't described like what category of commercial property this is, and that's kind of relevant here in a minute. It's not 100% clear to me off the bat what it is they're measuring. But in any case, That's where they're getting their effective gross income of 32,747. Their expenses stated are excluding property taxes, management and leasing costs. That's good. It includes reserves for replacement at 3%. 25% expenses is just, normal cost of maintaining property. Gives their total expenses at 28%, $9,169 for net income of 23,000. Using an 8% cap rate. And you're making no adjustment to that at all. It just says it's an 8% cap rate. And final indicated value, 294,719. That's it. That's the total. That's where it's coming from. All right. So I will present our evidence. So this property is on the corner of 9th and Downey. This is a couple of warehouses, presumably boat storage or whatever you want to do with it. It's just storage. And then there's a roof over and you rent spaces to park an RV or a boat, something like that. It has a roof, but it has no walls. So it's cheaper.
That's a little building on the corner.
That's like a little warehouse. So it's a,
right there.
yeah, it's a little commercial building. And there's a mobile home too. So this is an odd little property. We're just kind of doing a hodgepodge of things. That's why I was saying it's not entirely clear if they're valuing this per square foot based on it being boat storage, covered storage, warehouse space. I have no idea. I have to add these things up because I have a completely different net rentable area. But it is definitely a little commercial property. Something that is relevant is that it was purchased in 2015, so 7 years ago, for $439,000. So it's substantially more than we have. Let's see here. Let's go through this. Let's see if I can add up. So total.
Jackie, could you go back to the picture for a second? I'm just trying to,
Figure out where it is.
well, no, match up the sketches against. the-
okay.
Yeah.
the-
I know where it's at, I used to rent that one level.
Oh, the one adjacent to it. Nobody.
Where's the trailer? Is that?
It's right here.
Diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks fairly new. It doesn't look old.
Well, it's 20 years old.
It is, wow.
Yeah.
Are those things parked up there or are those?
Yeah, this is just stuff parking, little trailers.
Trailers parked there?
Yeah. Okay. So our value for this thing is a little bit different. So we have included the first worksheet. Okay, well, the first worksheet that you see on our evidence, on page 6, quite a few property cards. This is classified as boat storage. So those little warehouse things might be renting for more than what a boat storage would. I don't know, but it seems like they're boat storages. The covered storage the covered storage, like little roof over thing, that has a completely different rent. It's a shed. So it's not the only property like that. There's starting to be more and more where it's just a roof. There's no wall, it's less secure. And you park an RV there, you don't have to pay the gas to drive it back wherever you came from. So our vacancy is 15%. Our expenses are stated at 45%. So their expenses are less and their vacancy is less than ours. Their cap rate is also more aggressive. So we have an 8.77 cap rate. Theirs was just a flat 8. And then considering they didn't include taxes as an expense, that's a loaded cap rate. So the taxes there are $1.37% is the tax rate up. So they're saying it's basically a 6.5% cap rate on this property. You know, it actually is pretty normal, but it's still a lot. It adds up. So the total ends up being 87,000 for the boat storage, 76 for the other stuff, and then 182,000 for the warehouse and cover storage. So that's where the 345 comes from. The equity value just shows this is just a boat storage. They're all $4 a foot. Currently, boat storage rents haven't risen across the board enough for us to adjust our market rent for boat storages. And I understand our vacancy is probably a little bit too generous. Boat storage is full up to the eyeballs from here, which I don't know where you live, you know. But not trying to go crazy. Let's see. And back, try to reconcile what it was. Know what they're counting at 7,277 square feet is. So I'm assuming that that's just an average across the whole property for any of the buildings, period. You know, it'd be nice if they just included what they actually were leasing this stuff for. But
They're not.
no, these are not actuals. This is, and that's fine. I'm just trying to make sense of it. I guess my only thing with this would be so there's $15,660 is the trailer. It's like a residential trailer. I don't know. One, you don't need an on-site manager for that, and if you did, it wouldn't be a $4 a foot boat storage. So I just feel like it's kind of an oversight that they would include that as the gross in the gross building area. Seems kind of seems to me like that should probably be like taken out of the equation and just stuck on top of it whenever a trailer costs. It's not good enough for a place to have a residential mobile home on a property like this. But I think $5 probably is pretty, yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable at all. But they were, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. They've got a warehouse. Warehouse is gonna be probably more like $6 or $7 a foot. And but you got the shed thing, and the shed thing is gonna be like $2 a foot. Other stuff's gonna be $4, $4.50. So yeah, it doesn't seem unreasonable.
Did they say what they wanted it brought you down to, the 240 to 294, 710?
Yeah, 294, 710. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's in the ballpark. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, as far as you know, it seems weird to include the mobile home and everything, rentable area, like that includes everything. Like I do think pretty broadly, trying not to get too caught up in tiny details. That's pretty broad. You know, there's a lot of errors in the property. I'm trying to point out. But then again, maybe they rent it. I don't know. Maybe it's rented.
Look, there's nothing that's in the tax. The IRS. No, I'm surprised they haven't.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's all we're having. It's
Go to the images real quick. Very top.
Yeah, I get the cap rate is more.
That's more bigger.
I know.
The good thing is, it's got the pages.
I mean, if he's comfortable with it, then.
Oh, okay.
Like 295.
Oh.
Like 295,000.
That would be down like.
Residents. Too.
Yeah.
It was under 3.5.
But-
Yeah, I see the 50,000.
Yeah, 50,000. So 295.
But basically 50,000 less than the.
Yes.
Anybody got anything else?
No,
No, I mean.
comfortable with
We're gonna
295.
go with the 295 even.
Yeah.
All right, motion to case by D, 2022, 702, and 70439. And the motion is 2122, versus the market value, appraisal. Reviewing the information presented by both sides, and it's opinion of the district that they were comfortable with, and with the ARB. With the value recommended by the protest, which is basically 295,000. So we're reducing the noted value to 345,900 to 295,000.
Second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Hey, did you get that, Jackie? Okay, I do believe that we are done. Let me just make one more quick pass so that she doesn't come chasing us.
So we're off tomorrow.
I'm trying to cram all my odd things that can be done.
On the Fridays, yes.
I'm trying to get all my doctor's appointments. And rackets or whatever, it wasn't fine.
So I only a 3-day week.
That's
Tuesday,
right.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay, that's it. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
I move we adjourn.